there is no reason for this little boy to be dead. So we're going to take you through a timeline here of what the investigators put together. So, Andrew? So, Hanky Panky's Lounge, where he gets his hair cut. What he does is he pulls in here, leaves the baby in the car, 11:30 a.m. He gets his hair cut. He then parks his car with Sebastian in it when he gets his hair cut. They then park over here. Sebastian's in the back of the car seat faces the rear window of the car, where he then enters Hanky Panky's Lounge around noon. So you figure the baby's been in the car the ride over. Now, half hour later, after the haircut, baby's still in the car. He decides he's going to go into Hanky Panky's to have a cocktail. He's there from noon to 2:40. So for 2 hours and 40 minutes, that little guy is in. That little guy is in. He has a couple shots of Fireball, and then he comes out of the bar at 2:40 or whatever, and then you hear this frantic 911 call that Orman responds to. So if you go around what we got here with witnesses, 11:30 at the haircuttery place, 11:41. He pays for their haircut. Customer ahead of him pays for his haircut. At noon, he heads over, finishes the barber, goes over across the street. And then he heads there. Bartender serves him. Thank God we got great witnesses. Bartender says, never saw Sebastian in the bar, although there have been times where he's brought Sebastian in the bar. Buys his first round of drinks, 1 o'clock. A customer's car backs into the bartender's car. He's a real nice guy, right? Goes outside to check on the bartender's car, but doesn't go over to his car to check on his son. Goes back in the bar, has another shot in the beer. 2 o'clock. Bartender leaves, and Gardner is still at the bar, so we're assuming around 2:40 he leaves, drives a short distance home, and this is his 911 call.
I'm outside. My son's not breathing. He's a year and a half. I'm oh my God.
Okay.
Which is a lie.
Okay. How old is he?
A year and a half.
Okay. Is he breathing?
No.
You don't see any chest rising or falling?
Mom?
Hello?
He's not breathing.
Listen to me.
Hello?
Okay. Listen to me. Can you get him on a hard, flat surface?
A hard, flat surface.
Okay. Are you guys inside now? Because I've got units on the way there to you.
So the investigation reveals he's in that car for over 3 hours. When the Ormond Beach police officer arrives at 2:49, he can't do CPR because the baby's in rigor mortis. The hospital says the baby's temperature was over 107 degrees when when the baby arrives at the hospital. But the way your body cools, the nurses estimate that the highest temperature of that car was 111 degrees with that little guy in the back of that car seat. And then if you watch the body camera footage, which you can't show you inside the hospital, logical reason why this little guy is dead. But it gets better. Father of the year, baby's dead, investigation is going on. What does he do? He picks up his mother and they go back to Hanky Panky's for a few more cocktails, and they're there until almost midnight. Now, I don't know what anybody here thinks or anybody could have sympathy for somebody like that, but my God, all of us that are fathers and grandfathers and mothers, and how in the world can you be so messed up that you would allow your child to sit back there in Florida in 90-degree weather, walk outside and check on some car and never go near your son? Never. I don't think there's a penalty on this earth that could ever fit for the crime that was committed here. It absolutely shocks the conscience for this, that this even happened. There's no reason whatsoever. So the investigators are here, Chief Godfrey's here. Anybody has any questions, they're the ones that are going to answer them. I guess Dad had to figure out some kind of story, and Orman will tell you what they discovered with the car, with the position of the car seat. Even if the air conditioner was blowing, it was great in the front seat and the passenger seat, but the back of the car, there was absolutely a difference in the temperature of the vehicle as well. A little dollar store fan on your kid. So any questions, these come on up, gentlemen, come on up, and any questions? These are the investigators that worked it. You know, I liked yesterday that we with Orman made sure that the Ormond Beach police officer who was the first one to arrive at the scene was the one who put handcuffs on that piece of.
So the fan was on, there was a little fan on, and
Which one he was one at?
windows down or anything like that, just
So, good.
He told us. Yeah, sorry.
Who you are.
From what I know is the vehicle, the windows were down, the car was not on, no AC, and the child's in the back of the truck, rear-facing seat with a fan that went towards him, but not, it wouldn't have been like right on his face.
Did he own up to this ever, or did he say he just forgot the kid was back there?
No, he did. Eventually, he owned up to it in an interview. There was information that the Ormond Beach Police Department was able to obtain, some facts and statements, and when confronted with this, he did ultimately confess to his actions.
Can we have your name and title?
Yeah, I'm a Detective Sean McGuire.
S-H.
O-N.
Where's the mom in this story?
So the mom and dad are not together. Mom lives in another county, and he actually has the custody, but not officially, but he's taking care of the child. So.
And his mom, I know the sheriff mentioned that they went to drink at a bar. Did she, I guess, know about what happened? Do you expect like additional charges at all?
No, my personal opinion, I don't feel like she knows what happened. She actually sat in on an interview with him when I interviewed him, and it looked like it was a shock to her and some of the statements that she made.
So he literally drove the child back to his house before he called 911? Obviously, he would have saw something from the bar. He didn't call 911 from the bar.
No, he didn't call from the bar. It looked like he called, so the bar is, what, a mile from his mom's house. We have some stuff that, like video surveillance that captured him passing, which matches up with the 911 call. So it was roughly 2:43. He's on his way, leaving the bar, going towards his mom's.
Timeline, it was probably, the child was already in distress when he got back to the car.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Child was already dead.
Yeah.
The child was
When he
dead.
left the bar,
The child was dead. He drove the dead child home, then called 911.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. If you listen to what he says about his eyes weren't opening. His eyes weren't open. He was dead. You want to jump in there? You were the original
he's
investigator.
So with the death occurring likely at Hanky Panky's based off of the information that was provided to us initially by medical personnel at the hospital, the child would have died between probably 1 to 2 hours before 911 was ever called and before he drove to his mother's house.
So he literally drove from the bar home with his,
Drove to his mother's house.
to his mother's house. Can you explain that?
So to my best understanding, I don't know if he told you all anything different, he drove from Hanky Panky's. The residence of the defendant's mother is relatively close, like 1 to 2 miles from the bar. And so he drove from the bar, called 911 at some point en route to the mother's house.
And that lines up with the surveillance that we already have showing about when he would have been leaving, 911 call and all that, because it's 1 mile and he called at what, 2:45?
Yeah, 2:40.
So the suspect's here, he lives with his mom? Or
He lives alone with, or he lived alone with Sebastian at a different location.
Sheriff, you said he went back. Is this while the charges were pending? He went back to the bar?
Well, these guys were doing their investigation. Him and his mother who, and as Sean said, really wasn't aware of all the facts, they go back to Hanky Panky's, and I think they're there for 4 or 5 hours drinking cocktails. I do want to say, though, these guys did a phenomenal job. They rounded up. People were giving us information. There was no, we're not going to give you information. They were giving us everything they could possibly give, which made the investigation, I think, run so much faster to get to where we are now.
For those people that were given the information, once they found out it was a kid, did that make it easier because they were, concerned about the child?
I'll let them answer, but I think Sebastian had been in that bar, Hanky Panky's. They let him in there with the child. So they all knew the little guy.
Did any witnesses ever share maybe what was the mother and the father's, I guess, vibe once they went back to Hanky Panky's after the child had?
Go ahead. You interviewed with him.
They said that they didn't seem as distraught as you would expect someone to be for their child having just passed, which is consistent with the interactions that we had with him when we were at the hospital.
Being that he had taken his son into Hanky Panky's in the past, did he say why he didn't do it this time?
I couldn't answer that at this time. It's definitely the death of a child is a senseless, tragic thing, but with this having been as preventable as it could have been, both between the bar and his mother's residence being so nearly located,
Seeing that you guys said that he lived with the baby, were there ever, I guess, signs of negligence or abuse prior to this happening?
No.
Did he understand driving from the bar home that Sebastian was no longer with him, was dead? I mean, did he indicate, yeah, I knew it, and he called 911 in between that bar and the house, so he wasn't at a bar? So you guys didn't come say, well, you're at a bar, you're gonna get arrested anyway? Do you understand what I'm saying? It seems like he drove a little away, then called 911.
It's not,
He was safe.
it's not far. I mean, it's just down the street. I'm not sure what his justification was, but when he did go outside, he discovered something was wrong. His statements were, he blew into his mouth, his eyes open, so he thought everything might be okay. And the closest place to him is his mom's. So that's why he headed there.
Was he drinking his cares away? Was he drunk by the time you guys got to him? Or do we even know that?
Well, from watching body cam video and some information we've obtained, in the doctor, if I'm wrong, let me know, but the doctor stated they could smell alcohol on him at the hospital.
Chief Godfrey?
Yes. Thank you, Sheriff. Good afternoon, Chief Godfrey, Jesse Godfrey, Ormond Beach Police Department. Thank you for being here. On behalf of the police department and our partners at the Sheriff's Office and the State Attorney's Office, we want to extend our condolences to the family and all those affected. Standing right here behind me, this is probably one of the worst calls that law enforcement has to go on, and we have to deal with it, and we are providing services to our officers as far as mental health and wellness, because this is a tough one. I'll tell you that. This will never leave us. The sheriff did a great job outlining the arrest and the circumstances leading up to it. I will just say that when a child's life is lost like this, there has to be accountability, and that's what's happening right now. And I'm pleased with the way the investigation started out. It started out as a CPR call, an infant CPR call, and then it evolved into this, what you're here to see today. The collaboration between the Sheriff's Office and the State Attorney's Office, I'm proud of what our men and women did from Ormond Beach. I'm proud of what you detectives did from the Sheriff's Office and the State Attorney's Office. They're not here right now, but they did a great job as far as prosecution and helping us out along the way, and I can't highlight the collaboration enough. I will take this time to educate and warn the public. It takes about, in a car in Florida, with our Florida heat, it takes minutes for the back seat with all the windows closed for it to become deadly. And a child's body heat heats up 3 to 5 times faster than an adult's. And I'm not a physician, but I just know there's something with toddlers and babies that they heat up and they can't control their heat. They don't have the thermostat that we do. And I just can't stop thinking about young Sebastian in that car seat. The sheriff highlighted it, but I just can't, I can't leave, that thought can't leave my brain. I know our detectives are impacted by it, and it's just a horrible thing, and I'm just glad he's being held accountable. I will tell you that Officer Mark Pedaviano, our officer on scene that was trying to do CPR, the sheriff was gracious enough to let him put the handcuffs on the suspect. I texted him this morning, and I want to make sure he was doing okay. I stopped by the scene the day of the incident, And I wanted to check on him today, and he said it really helped. So thank you for that, Sheriff, and your staff, whoever coordinated that. And again, child safety, that's our job. We're supposed to keep our children safe. And I just ask parents and guardians. I'm a grandfather, I'm a father. I know there's parents in the room right here on the other side of those cameras. It's probably your worst nightmare. And I would just say, do everything you can do to educate the public. There's apps, there's classes you can take if you don't have the money. There's so much technology out there now. This tragedy should never happen. And again, I appreciate your time for being here. Thank you, Sheriff, for having us. Thank you, the detectives in the back of the room, for helping us out. And if anybody has any questions, I'll be available. Thank you so much.
You guys good? You need anything? You need a copy of the PowerPoint or anything? Andrew will do it, yeah.
I'm Detective David Burnett with the Ormond Beach Police Department.
David Burnett.
David Burnett.
Can you spell your last name, please?
Burnett.
And Detective McGuire, can we get your last name spelling? We just want to make sure it's right.
McGuire.
And Sheriff, what would you say your message is to parents who are going to be watching this story tonight? And, you know, we're getting into the summer months. It's going to get hotter, hot car deaths.
I think Chief Godfrey said it all. I mean, he said it all. And, you know, we've seen it. People forget their kids in the back seat. But this was completely different. This was intentional. That's what the charges are for. You know, anybody with a lick of common sense would say, why would I leave my child in the car while I get my hair cut and then go drinking with a little mini fan blowing on him and think that somehow is going to be a good thing, that's just going to end up perfectly. But you know what they don't get into is the original story, because there's always the lies, right? The lie of, oh, we had this great day, we were out at the playground, we were doing this, we were doing that, and yeah, you blew CPR and his eyes open. He was dead. He was dead, and it took him a while to come off that story. Even then, he knew, and he wouldn't even come off the story and say, I messed up. This is what I did. I killed my son. Till the very, very end. And then even then, I don't believe he was exactly truthful of everything that happened. But it makes you wonder how many times he actually did do this, because it wasn't the first time, in my opinion. He's done it other times. This is the first time that Sebastian died from his actions.
So you guys told you a different story initially?
What he tells them initially is this all was good with the world, and this is like a Sid's death if you read the interviews. But when you get the medical report and you realize the little guy was dead. When he was in the bar drinking Fireball and beer, his son was dead. When he was out there checking on the car accident and not going over to check on his kid, the kid was dead.
And while he's getting his haircut, the kid was not in the barbershop.
Kid was in the back seat of the car. Sebastian was in the back seat of the car. So these guys are around if you want to ask them any specifics. So thank you all very much for coming out.
All right, a horrible story there that our Fox 35 Orlando team is covering. It's out of Volusia County, Florida. And again, viewer discretion was advised there, as some of the details are very graphic. We are going to sneak away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will have more live coverage coming up in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 11:46 on the East Coast, 8:46 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here on this Saturday, June 21st, to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. And I do want to get to the latest here on the Israel-Iran conflict that does continue to unfold, as we do know that Israel did hear sirens sounding across the area as folks were told to take cover, a 9th day of Iranian missiles fired in that direction. No reports of any injuries just yet or damage, but we'll keep you updated as we hear from emergency officials. You are looking right now at a live look over the White House, as we know that President Trump did depart from Washington just yesterday for New Jersey. However, he will return to Washington, D.C. in the coming hours to receive a briefing from his National Security Council, all related to the ongoing situation with Iran. We do know that President Trump said he will make a decision on the U.S. involvement coming up within 2 weeks. I want to pop up some of the new posts that are coming in here from Israel and across the area here. Israel saying Israel's second precision strike on the Isfahan nuclear facility last night neutralized additional significant components of the Iranian regime's military nuclear program. Isfahan is one of many scattered nuclear facilities, a site crucial to the production of a nuclear bomb. Israel will continue to eliminate all components of the regime's military nuclear program. We also have this post coming in from our friend over at Fox News, Trey Yingst. The Israelis are conducting new airstrikes against positions in Iran. That is according to the Israel Defense Forces. He says updates to follow. And of course, we are staying in touch with him to get those updates. We also know that the IDF says they did eliminate Saeed Azadi, a founder of the Iranian regime's plan to destroy Israel, eliminated in a precision IDF strike in the area of Qom. Azadi was also the commander of the Palestinian Corps of the Quds Force, a key coordinator between the Iranian regime and Hamas. His photo right there on the left-hand side of your screen. Also getting this video coming in from the Israel Defense Forces, as they say 40 UAVs were intercepted by the IAF, that is the Israel Air Force, after being fired from Iran overnight. 470 or more UAVs have been intercepted since Operation Rising Lion, which is a 99% success rate. Again, a lot of information that is coming in here, and we also learned a bit earlier via Fox News that 6 American B-2 stealth bombers appeared headed toward Guam. All eyes on that situation as we wait to hear what President Trump has to decide about Iran. Again, you are taking a live look over the White House as that briefing between President Trump and his National Security Council is set for 6 p.m. Eastern Time. No cameras allowed inside. Of course, it is a classified discussion. However, we could potentially get some comments from him before or after the meeting. If that does happen, we will bring those to you in full, live, and uninterrupted on Live Now from Fox. Going to step away for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but a lot more coverage coming up here in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 11:52 on the East Coast, 8:52 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I've been here for the past couple hours to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and across the world. Right now, I do want to head over to Texas. That is where lawmakers are working to bring the space shuttle home. It's a piece of legislation, and we do have those lawmakers making comments alongside others about what it all is and what they hope to accomplish. On the other side of this, Corella Hara will be in the hot seat with everything you need to know on this Saturday, June 21st.
Well, thank you all for being here. It's wonderful to be back here at Space Center Houston, and I want to thank William Harris and all of our hosts here and everybody who's here supporting this effort. I particularly want to thank Tim Copra for being here, for being brave enough to fly in space. I'm not sure all of us would have the same courage and trust, and plus I'm a little claustrophobic. I'm not sure, I probably couldn't do that. But we are here because we're going to bring the iconic Space Shuttle Discovery back home. Back in 2010, for some reason, the 4 retiring space shuttles were sent, 3 to the East Coast and 1 to the West Coast, including New York City, which has absolutely nothing to do with the space program. But we're right here in Houston, Texas, and it's Johnson Space Center, the home of human space flight, and we think it's only just actually to correct an injustice to bring that home, and we are working, Congressman Weber and I, working with all of our colleagues to get this done in the big, beautiful bill that the Senate will take up this next week, that the House has already worked on, but that we expect to get done in the coming weeks. And then William tells me they're going to put the space shuttle on a barge, and it's going to make its way down here. They're going to find a place of prominence here at the Space Center Houston. And again, you know, I heard Tim talk about how inspirational this was to his generation. And I remember back in 1969, I was actually in Tokyo, Japan. My dad was in the Air Force, and he was stationed there. And I was there when we saw the moon landing, and we took that first big step on the moon, Neil Armstrong and his fellow colleagues. So it was an inspiration to me, although I ended up becoming a lawyer and not an aerospace engineer, something I took a wrong turn along the way. But let me ask my friend Randy Weber, a congressman who represents the adjacent district here, who's been very active in his support for NASA, to say a few words.
Well, thank you, Senator, and I too want to say thanks to Tim for agreeing. I'm surprised he would agree to come out and be seen with a member of the House and a member of the Senate, but we're going to ruin his reputation if he's not careful. Look, thank you, Senator, for introducing this act. I introduced the companion over in the House, so we're working on it. As I said earlier, this is extremely important. Very, very sentimental for me because I watched the mock-up shuttle come in that June the 1st, 2012. I actually watched it come through the lake there, Clear Lake. And it was extremely important to me. I had a good friend of mine trying to come to watch it. It's extremely important what y'all are doing. You know this, William. Y'all all know this, Brian. What you're doing is extremely important. We just saw the evidence of that with those kids lined up there. Although I'm still pushing them for Bluebell to get on the next SL. Yeah, you betcha. So thank you all for being here. It's extremely important for the country. It's extremely important for our allies. It's extremely important for space exploration, what y'all do. That hasn't escaped us. So as the senator said, they're working on the big, beautiful bill. We'll get this done. Hopefully we'll get this headed our way. We can't wait. I yield back.
We're happy to answer a few questions. Yes, sir. Got a microphone for you.
Here we go. All right. Thanks, Senator. Senator, how expensive would this be, and do you have any concerns about damaging the shuttle, getting it here?
Well, that sounds like a great question for William.
Step on that. Okay. Well, I think that they're still working on an estimate for the move, and it seems to be reasonable to get it here. And of course, we'll NASA will be responsible for transporting the shuttle here. They have incredible experience. They've already moved 4 vehicles, and so we're confident they'll be able to transport it here in a way that it would be safe and secure. And we have the capability here of putting it on exhibit in a way that would keep it secure and safe as well.
Okay. But
one of the things in the big beautiful bill we're talking about, there's about a $10 billion, I think, appropriation for NASA and related projects. This would be included as part of that.
And so I'll go back to June the 1st, 2012. If you had watched that mock shuttle come in on that barge, if you'd watched all the work and went into it and how they did it, you would be impressed, and you'd say, you know what? They can do this.
Okay. But any kind of ballpark figure for how much it's going to cost?
We'll let you know. Yes, sir.
Hi, Robert Perlman with Collect Space. Without taking anything away from the argument for that Houston deserves a shuttle, what do you say to those who say that the Smithsonian houses the national collection, has the country's most important air and spacecraft, and since 1992 has had the endorsement of Congress through both bills and acts and allocations up to $50 million to actually house Discovery at the Smithsonian?
Well, there's no question the Smithsonian is a national treasure, but it doesn't hold all the treasures that America has to show. And I think, again, for all the reasons we've talked about, it's only just that NASA and the Space Center Houston get one of these shuttles for all the reasons we've talked about. It'd be nice if there were more to go around, but since there were only 4 of them, and we're going to get the one back we should have gotten back in 2010. That doesn't take anything away from the Smithsonian or the efforts that are occurring there. But I think more people visit here each year that want to know more about space, and this is an integral part of that story and our success. And as Congressman Weber said, space is going to do nothing but become more important, not only commercially, but from a national security perspective. And so we know that, as Tim said, or William said, I guess, our competitors are going to be exploring the moon and beyond, and we need to be right there with them. Actually, we need to be there before they are, and for national security reasons as well.
Senator, Congressman, thank you for being here. I'm Jishnu Nair with the Houston Business Journal. So today we've learned a lot of recent space shuttle history, especially for those on the younger side like myself. And one thing I was also reading ahead of this is how much of an economic impact the shuttle cancellation had on the city of Houston and this region in particular. What assurances can you give us right now to the businesses and workers here in the Houston area that NASA budgets going forward will, not have a similar impact in terms of job losses and project cancellations here at Johnson Space Center?
Well, Congressman Weber and I are not going to let that happen. Senator Cruz is the chairman of the Commerce Committee, and I know he's equally committed to that effort. And the fact of the matter is we need to move NASA headquarters right here to Houston. It makes no sense for it to be located in Washington, D.C. And so rather than losing jobs, I think what we're going to see is an increase in the number of jobs. Again, space is not becoming less important with each day that goes by. It's becoming more important. And obviously the great intellectual firepower that's already here, the workforce that's highly trained, highly skilled, is going to be essential. But we're going to be building on that, not detracting from that in the days and the weeks and the years to come.
Well, I'd echo what he said, and when you think about all the men and women and all the blood and all the tears and the sweat that went into building us where we are today, we really have a rich history of being the driving force in getting to space and all the things we've done. So I would argue, too, with the senator, he's right. We're going to be working on making sure that we keep as much of that here as we can. I'm with him. Why they want the headquarters in Washington, D.C., there's an old saying, nothing good comes out of Washington, D.C. most of the time. We'd like to have it here. It would be extremely important for our kids that get motivated by this stuff, for our workforce, for our people who live here, and the impact on the economy, by the way, and to look at, for folks to look at that and say, you know what? This is Houston, Texas. This is about security, this is about preeminence in space, and this is about pride, Texas pride. I yield back.
Why don't you come on up and maybe talk a little bit about the Space Commission? I know the governor and the state of Texas has made a big investment and a commitment to space, and maybe say a few words about what that entails. Come on up and...
Sure. Thank you.
It's on. It's on.
Got it? So yes, I have the privilege of being the chair of the Texas Space Commission. We've been at it a little over a year. We are governed by a board of 9 individuals, 3 appointed by the governor, 3 by the lieutenant governor, and 3 by the Speaker of the House. So we've spent this first year standing up a grant award process. We are continuing in that work, but we're also taking a look at the needs of our nation. What are some of the big things that our nation needs, and how can Texas begin to help solve for that? So looking at things from DoD, Space Force, NASA, civil space, and commercial space. Our goal is to help the companies that are already here in Texas to do what they need to do to deliver to our government entities, our federal agencies, et cetera, and what can we do to help them grow? And then how can we also bring new talent and new treasures here to Texas to continue to grow the space economy? We feel like we're positioned well. Texas is a can-do state. I have had numerous calls with other state space agencies and economic development groups saying, gosh, the way that the Texas Space Commission has been created and stood up, you guys can move quickly. And I'll say that's something that I'm proud of to be a Texan, and something we hope to continue to do. We just came out of the legislative session. We had some updates to our statute in House Bill 5246, and we were also approved for a $300 million budget for the next biennium to support those things. Does that help?
So maybe one more question.
I've got one for William Harris.
For who?
William Harris.
William.
Yes. Oh, thank you so much.
So, if we get Discovery, where would it go? Where would it be housed in a new building? What would you do?
Mm-hmm. So when Space Shuttle Discovery comes here, we're fortunate to sit on 100 acres of NASA property. That is for our interpretation of space exploration. We use less than half of that currently. So it's not a challenge of land. We have plenty of space to do that. And also, it factors perfectly into our strategic framework as an organization interpreting human space exploration. So we will be prepared to create a space within the time frame designated, which is within 18 months, to have it on exhibit for the public. I do want to add, if I may, that adding on to what Gwen shared, that Texas is about space exploration. 10% of the space economy is in this state. 18 of the 20 top corporations in space exploration are headquartered here. And the Greater Houston Partnership in Houston has made a major effort to attract other companies here. And we're one of the top states in the nation at attracting headquarter companies. So there is a dynamic here, a can-do, that is about helping to build the space economy. And so I think we are well prepared to receive incredible artifacts like Discovery to be able to exhibit to the public. Great.
Senator, Congressman, one quick one.
Go ahead.
Tell you guys.
I'm sorry, you got to speak a little louder.
What can constituents here tell you guys, tell your officers, tell your staff?
What can constituents tell your staff what?
What can they tell you to help preserve, Johnson Space Center programs, help get headquarters?
What can constituents tell us to help us preserve the Johnson Space headquarters, and what was the last half?
What would help you to know from your constituents?
What would it help us to know from our constituents? I think they've probably got the message. If you look at our districts, I'm District 14, Dr. Brian Babin, who is the chairman of the Space Committee, Science, Space, and Technology Committee in the House side, and the the senator here and Senator Ted Cruz, we all know what's important. What we want them to do is to be heard so that we keep track. Believe it or not, when somebody calls our office or I say your office, I know you probably don't live here, so you can't vote for me, at least legally. But when you call the office, we keep track of all of those calls and the things coming in so that we know what the people are thinking. And this district, literally, in my opinion, is the forefront of this. And I just coined a phrase a while ago. Listen to you, Gwen, about Texas. Texas, there is, and here's the phrase: there is space in Texas for improvement, for growth. You betcha. Absolutely. Our constituents get that. When we hear from them, I don't hardly hear about anybody. We've talked about the budget. We've talked about this shuttle. We're starting to get some feedback. And I don't know about you, Senator, but I'm not getting a whole lot of people that are against that. If you're living here, you're working here, and you know how important it is, you're for it. We catalog those inquiries.
Thanks. Thanks.
We're listening here to senators, lawmakers down there in Houston, Texas, discussing an effort to bring the shuttle Discovery home. That was a press conference that was given earlier this week. Thank you all for joining us here at Live Now from Vox on this Saturday. My name is Carl Lahara, and we are going to continue to follow some more of this week's top breaking news headlines and also keep you up to date with all the developments throughout this weekend. Most importantly and pressing at this moment, as we do take a live look out here in Jerusalem, in Israel, we're going to be following this escalating conflict in the war between Israel and Iran, and this comes as later on today, we know that President Trump will be meeting with his national security team to hold a briefing. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break, continuing our coverage after this. Welcome back into Live Now from Vox on this Saturday, June 21st, 12:11 here on the East Coast in the afternoon, 9:11 in the morning over on the West Coast. And we're going to continue with some more of what we are expecting later on today as President Trump is set to meet with his national security team to discuss the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. Taking a live look right now over in Tel Aviv, Israel, as I read some of the latest reporting courtesy of the Associated Press, as Israel and Iran continuing to exchange those strikes, entering into their second week. Now, talks in Geneva on Friday between European foreign ministers and Iran's top diplomat failed to produce a breakthrough. President Donald Trump is continuing to weigh his country's military involvement as concerns spiked over potential strikes on Iranian nuclear reactors. Still, European officials expressed hope for future negotiations. The Iranian foreign minister said he was open to further dialogue, but stressed that Tehran wasn't interested in negotiating while Israel continued attacking. I want to bring up this post here from Fox News correspondent Jennifer Griffin, in which she says this, breaking news, as the U.S. needs remarkable B-2 bomber to hit Iran's underground Fordo site. Retired Air Force general in charge of global strike capabilities explains. Let's head over to this also, a report courtesy of Jennifer Griffin discussing some of where this war stands today.
We have quite a few startups and quite a few rabbits up our sleeve, and I don't think that I should get into that.
Israel has a number of options to destroy Iran's nuclear enrichment facility in Fordo, buried deep under a mountain south of Tehran. One includes sending elite Israeli Air Force commandos from Unit 5101, known as Sheldag, shown here entering underground tunnels in Gaza. Last September, members of this elite unit surprised the world by entering an underground missile factory used by Iran in Syria. They used the cover of darkness and diversionary airstrikes to enter the secret facility, plant explosives, and destroy the complex. It, like Iran's Fordo, was 300 feet underground.
And Shaldag got in, and the place is gone, destroyed.
It's not the first time. In 1981, Israel flew a daring mission to bomb Iraq's nuclear reactor at Osirak. Amos Yadlin was one of 8 young Israeli F-16 pilots who carried out the secret attack.
We didn't have air refueling at that time. We didn't have GPS. It was dumb bombs, smart pilot, but a very difficult operational mission when Iraq was in a war, so the state of alert was very, very high.
More recently, retired Major General Yadlin served as the head of Israel's military intelligence when Israel blew up a suspected Syrian nuclear reactor in 2007.
Anybody who wants the war to be over soon, to be finished quickly, have to find a way to deal with Fordo. Those who think that attacking Fordo will escalate the war, in my judgment, it can de-escalate and terminate the war.
In 2008, when it was determined that Israeli F-16s could not reach Iran's nuclear sites, Amos Yadlin ordered Mossad to come up with another way to take out Iran's uranium enrichment at Natanz. Israeli and American cyber warriors came up with Stuxnet, a malicious computer worm that caused thousands of Natanz centrifuges to spin out of control. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Thank you to Jennifer Griffin there for that report. Taking us back out to this image that we have over in Jerusalem, as we did also hear Israel's military saying Saturday that it struck an Iranian nuclear research facility overnight and killed 3 senior Iranian commanders in targeted attacks, while emphasizing it was preparing for the possibility of a lengthy war. The AP saying that the prospect of a wider war was also threatened. Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen said they would resume attacks on U.S. vessels and warships in the Red Sea if the Trump administration joins Israel's military campaign against Iran. The Houthis had paused such attacks in May as part of a deal with the administration. Now, just yesterday, we did get some comments from President Trump as he was landing in Morristown. Remember that today he's going to be holding a briefing with some of his advisors to discuss this ongoing conflict. But I'd like to play out some of what the president had to say to reporters on the tarmac.
We just learned that Rwanda, you know all about Rwanda, and the Congo will be doing a peace settlement, probably coming in on Monday or Tuesday. We're going to be signing it up, and we've stopped a very vicious war. So that was an honor for me to be involved. I want to thank J.D. Vance for a great job, and also our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has done a fantastic job. So Rwanda, long-term war with the Congo, a very bloody war. They're all bloody, but this was a really bloody one. Is going to be making peace with Congo, and they can get on to making trade deals with the United States and other places and have a much more normal form of life. We're very honored by that. As you know, we did a very great job with India and Pakistan, and we had India in. It looks like like we're going to be making a trade deal with India. And we had Pakistan in. It looks like we're going to be making a trade deal with Pakistan. And it's a beautiful thing to watch. Serbia, Kosovo, likewise, they've been fighting for years. And as you know, we brought that one to a conclusion. And now we have a couple of big ones. We have Russia, Ukraine, which is making a little bit of progress. And we have Israel. And nobody really knows what that one is all about. We're going to find out pretty soon, I guess.
Mr. President, the Iranian foreign minister this afternoon said if the U.S. is serious about negotiations, that you would call up Israel and request that they stop their airstrikes. Will you make that request?
Well, I think it's very hard to make that request right now. If somebody's winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody's losing. But we're ready, willing, and able, and we've been speaking to Iran, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
What was the thought process behind 2-week timetable?
Just a time to see whether or not people come to their senses. That's all it is.
Did the Europeans help at all in talking with the Iranians?
No, they didn't help. No. Iran doesn't want to speak to Europe. They want to speak to us. Europe is not going to be able to help in this one.
20 years ago, you were skeptical of a Republican administration that attacked a Middle East country on the idea of questionable intelligence of weapons of mass destruction. How is this moment different with Iran?
Well, there were no weapons of mass destruction. I never thought there were. And that was somewhat pre-nuclear. You know, there was a nuclear age, but nothing like it is today. And it looked like I'm right about the material that they've gathered already. It's a tremendous amount of material. And I think within a matter of weeks, or certainly within a matter of months, they're going to be able to have a nuclear weapon. We can't let that happen. I was very much opposed to Iraq. I said it loud and clear, but I was a civilian, but I guess I got a lot of publicity. But I was very much opposed to the Iraq war. And I actually did say, don't go in, don't go in, don't go in. But I said, if you're going to go in, keep the oil. But they didn't do that.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
Mr. President, are the Chinese in any way helping Iran at this moment? Clearing reports of serious planes landing in Iran from China?
No, they say that they're there to take people out. But I can't tell you about that. I get along very well with China, get along very well with President Xi. I like him. He likes me. We have a very good relationship. We'll see what happens. I can't imagine them getting involved.
The decision that you need to make on Iran, whether to strike militarily, is this the biggest decision you'll have to make as president?
Well, I can't tell you that. I have to see what happens. I can't, really say that. It depends what the decision is. But I wouldn't really be able to tell you that now. I'll tell you in about a year from now, maybe 5 years or 10 years from now. You never know about decisions. You never really know.
Sir, would you support a ceasefire while the negotiations happen?
I might, depending on the circumstances.
Would you?
It's very hard to stop. I will say this. It's very hard to stop when you look at it. Israel's doing well in terms of war. And I think you would say that Iran is doing less well. It's a little bit hard to get somebody to stop.
Sir, Liam Cosgrove was here. Former Congressman Matt Gaetz threw out an interesting idea suggesting that if you were to broker a deal where nuclear inspectors go into both Israel and Iran, that you could win a Nobel Peace Prize, and they might even rename it the Trump Peace Prize. Did you hear those? What do you think of that?
Well, they should give me the Nobel Prize for Rwanda, and if you look, the Congo, or you could say Serbia, Kosovo, you could say a lot of them. You could say, the big one is India and Pakistan. I should have gotten it 4 or 5 times. I should get it for I would think the Abraham Accords would be a good one, too. They won't give me a Nobel Peace Prize because they only give it to liberals.
Would you support Iran being able to have nuclear, or would you support Iran being able to have civilian nuclear energy capabilities up to 3.76%?
They're sitting on the top of one of the largest piles of oil in the world. I just don't know why they need that for civilian work. It's one thing for certain countries to say, hey, I want to have a certain amount where I can go nuclear a little bit because we need it for electricity, we need it for air conditioners, etc. But when you're sitting on one of the largest oil oil piles anywhere in the world. It's a little bit hard to see why you need that. Yeah.
President, are you concerned that Iran or its proxies would wage terror attacks against American targets abroad if you order military action?
We're always concerned about that, and we have to take them out and be very strong. You're even in danger talking to me right now. Do you know that? You are in danger talking to me right now. So I should probably get out of here. But you guys are actually in danger. Can you believe it?
One more. Mr. President, is it still your expectation that NATO countries spend 5% of their GDP on defense spending?
Well, I think they should do that. I don't think we should, but I think they should. We've been supporting NATO so long. In many cases, I believe paying almost 100% the cost. So I don't think we should, but I think that the NATO countries should, absolutely.
What, like Spain decides not to?
Well, NATO's going to have to deal with Spain. Spain's been a very low payer. They were always a very low payer. They were either good negotiators or they weren't doing the right thing. I mean, I think Spain has to pay what everybody else has to pay. Spain has been notorious for low pay. You know who else was a low payer, just about the lowest? A place called Canada. Because Canada said, why should we pay when the United States will protect us free? And they've been right about that.
Ukraine, you've been making progress towards a peace deal, but I don't know if you know this, but Lindsey Graham and Mike Pompeo were there on the ground in Ukraine, seemingly doing the opposite, trying to provoke the Ukrainians to keep fighting. What do you think of that?
Well, we're going to see, and people have to be very careful with what they say. They got to be very careful with their mouth, because their mouth can get them into a lot of trouble.
One more. ICE has said that they're trying to arrest up to 3,000 individuals a day. There are some communities that are saying they are fearful of being wrongfully detained or separating some families, even if they are undocumented. Is the fear in some of these communities worth the deportations of these undocumented individuals, a mass deportation program?
Always a tough subject, because look, we have farmers. I love farmers. I won 80%, 85% of the farmers, and I love them, and I'm never going to do anything to hurt our farmers. And you could also say the leisure business, etc. There are some businesses where you have a disproportionate amount of people that are the people that you're talking about. At the same time, we have to get the criminals out of our country. And we're looking at doing something where, in the case of good, reputable farmers, they can take responsibility for the people that they hire and let them have responsibility, because we can't put the farms out of business. And at the same time, we don't want to hurt people that aren't criminals. Most of the people that came in over the last 3 years under Biden, I would say probably 3.5 to 4 years, those people, you have a lot of criminals, you have a lot of, I mean, we're looking at that very closely. You've had people that have worked on farms for 20 years. It's very hard to go in there and say, you know, you're coming out. But we're going to let the farmers take responsibility. They're great people. They'll do it. They know the good and the bad. So the hard part about this is not like a normal war where people wear uniforms. They don't wear uniforms. But we have murderers that came out of the last 4 years. We have murderers. We have drug lords. We have people that we don't want to. We have prisoners. They emptied out Venezuela and many countries. They emptied out their prisons into the United States. We have to get those people out. But we have stone-cold murders, 11,888 murders. We've already gotten a lot of them out of here, but we don't want them, so we have to be careful. But I never want to hurt our farmers. Our farmers are great people. They keep us happy and healthy and fat.
Are there other cities that you're going to try to replicate what you've done in Los Angeles?
Well, I mean, we had a big victory last night in the Court of Appeals with respect to Los Angeles, but really the country, where Gavin Newsom, who's really an incompetent governor, he's just doing a terrible job between his fires, between all the houses burning down, his forest fires, and now Los Angeles. If we didn't go to Los Angeles, and the sheriff admitted it, he had no control. He would have lost control. We saved Los Angeles by having the military go in. And the second night was much better. The third night was nothing much. And the fourth night, nobody bothered even coming. We put out that fire, and we did a great job of it. He sued us for going in and for helping him. We went and helped him. Right now, you'd have Los Angeles burning to the ground. Largely, it would have already been destroyed.
So do you think deportations
Mr. President, to be that of a peacemaker? Do you worry that striking Iran would change that?
Always a peacemaker. That doesn't mean sometimes you need some toughness to make peace, but always a peacemaker.
Can you win in Iran without ground force?
2 weeks, or could you strike before that? Are you essentially giving them a 2-week timeline?
I'm giving them a period of time. We're going to see what that period of time is, but I'm giving them a period of time, and I would say 2 weeks would be the maximum.
Mr. President, do you think deportations should focus on criminals or all people who are here illegally?
Should start focusing on criminals, and that's what we've been focused on. Very bad criminals, dangerous criminals.
But Stephen Miller said to go out and arrest every person who's here illegally. He's told ICE to arrest everyone who's here illegally.
Stephen and I have a very good understanding. He's a terrific person. We have a great understanding.
Mr. President, if there is an attack on U.S. assets, will you promise to conduct a full investigation and make it transparent with the American people before blaming Iran for such an attack?
Well, if there's an attack, we'll know almost immediately with modern equipment who made the attack, and those people will be very, very unhappy.
Prime Minister,
I want to get you people out of danger. You're in danger standing with me.
One more. Prime Minister Netanyahu said that they had the capacity to take out all of Iran's nuclear facilities. So what role would the U.S. be able to play, and why would they, if Israel says that they have all of the abilities, their own military?
I'm not sure he said that, but they really have a very limited capacity. They can break through a little section, but they can't go down very deep. They don't have that capacity, and we'll have to see what happens. Maybe it won't be necessary. Maybe it won't be necessary.
Would you like to see Congress pass a bill that bans child transgender surgeries?
Well, I know they're talking about it, aren't they? Huh? We're going to have to see how it comes to me in what form. Certainly, it's been something I've been talking about also. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
President Trump there answering some questions from reporters as he landed in Morristown. But later on today, he will be meeting with his national security team as they continue to assess this escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. I do want to head over to some breaking news at this moment. Taking a look here at this post from the Israeli Foreign Minister of Affairs, Gideon Sa'ar. He says this: the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the terror arm of the Iranian regime, tried to carry out an attack on Israeli citizens in Cyprus. Thanks to the activity of the Cypriot security authorities in cooperation with Israeli security services, the terror attack was thwarted. That post went on to say Israel thanks Cyprus for its swift and effective actions. The Iranian criminal regime is deliberately targeting Israeli civilians both in Israel and abroad. Israel will continue to act to remove the existential threat posed by the Iranian terror regime. Now, this comes as we also mentioned, and I bring you here this live look out of Tel Aviv, that Israel's military did say Saturday that it struck an Iranian nuclear research facility overnight and killed 3 senior Iranian commanders in targeted attacks, while emphasizing it was preparing for the possibility of a lengthy war. Israel's target there was 2 centrifuge production sites, according to an Israeli military official who spoke to the Associated Press on condition of anonymity under Army guidelines to brief reporters. It was part of the second attack on that nuclear facility, which was first hit in the first 24 hours of the war as part of Israel's goal to destroy Iran's nuclear program. The International Atomic Energy Agency confirmed the latest attack. Now, Iran launched a new wave of drones and missiles at Israel, but there were no immediate reports of significant damage. The rescue service there said a drone hit a 2-story building in northern Israel with no casualties. The Israeli official calling it, quote, a small barrage that was largely intercepted by Israel's defenses. The official estimated that Israel's military has taken out more than 50% of Iran's launchers. We're going to continue to follow this story as, again, President Trump is weighing active U.S. military involvement in the war. On Saturday, the Iranian foreign minister said, quote, I think that would be very, very dangerous for everyone. He spoke on the sidelines of an Organization of Islamic Cooperation meeting that was held in Turkey. We're going to step away for a brief commercial break, continuing our coverage after this. We are continuing to follow the latest developments when it comes to this war between Israel and Iran. Now, we have been reporting that just yesterday on Friday, we heard from several delegates holding a panel discussion in Geneva, including representatives from Israel and Iran. Now, those talks in Geneva between some of those foreign ministers and including Iran's top diplomat failed to produce a breakthrough, as President Trump does continue to weigh his options as to whether U.S. military is going to get involved within the next few days on this ongoing conflict. I would, however, like to play out some of those remarks from the officials who were in attendance at that conference in Geneva. First, we're going to start with the Israeli UN ambassador to Geneva. Let's take a listen.
Today, the Human Rights Council is giving the stage to the foreign minister of the radical Iranian regime. The Iranian regime that jails women for their hair, that hangs LGBTQ+ individuals, and that kills protesters demanding freedom. Instead of rolling out the red carpet for an Iranian henchman, the HRC, the Human Rights Council, should begin with a moment of silence for Iran's victims. This is another sign of the hypocrisy and moral decay of the Human Rights Council that has completely lost its sense of purpose and constitutes a blatant betrayal of the victims of this radical regime. The Iranian regime remains one of the most reprehensible, systematic violators of human rights, and its representative has no intention to address the Council on matters pertaining to human rights. For decades, Iran has been spreading chaos in the Middle East and beyond, either by itself or by its terrorist proxies. The Iranian strategy is based on destabilizing the whole region to expand its extremist ideology. Imagine what Iran would do with a nuclear weapon. The Iranian regime is an imminent existential threat to Israel. The radical Iranian regime has an operative plan to exterminate Israel, developed over many years, with its nuclear weapon program and its ballistic missiles arsenal, together with its proxies. The Iranian regime has accelerated the completion of its nuclear weapons program. There is absolutely no civilian purpose for the quantity level of highly enriched uranium that the Iranian regime possesses. It has also dramatically expanded the production of its vast arsenal of ballistic missiles capable of reaching Israel within minutes. It aims to achieve the capability to produce more than 10,000 long-range ballistic missiles. It has invested billions to achieve this ability that would enable it to reach deep into Europe. We are currently witnessing the damage that these missiles can inflict. Israel had to act now to eliminate the imminent existential threat posed by Iran's nuclear and ballistic capabilities. We have achieved extraordinary success thus far, but there is still much work to be done to destroy the nuclear weapons program and ballistic arsenal and neutralize the threat. We are operating in the name of regional stability and global security, and we expect the international community to be clear and steadfast in support of removing the imminent existential threat against Israel. I would like to stress, Israel only attacks military objectives and strategic weapons. Israel's choice of targets is conducted responsibly and meticulously. Despite misinformation propagated by the Iranian regime, Israel does not attack population centers. Israel takes further measures to prevent harm to individuals who are not taking direct part in hostilities. In stark contrast, the Iranian regime continues to deliberately target population centers in Israel. Some 400 250 missiles and hundreds of UAVs have caused over 1,000 civilian injuries, and 24 people have been killed, including children. More than 6,500 people have been evacuated from their homes, and more than 25,000 civilian properties have been reported damaged by the attacks. I have a... Where's the picture? Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Sorry, thank you. It's okay. Sorry. I have a picture of the Khatib family who were murdered by an Iranian missile in their hometown Tamra in the north of Israel. Manar Khatib and her two daughters, Shada, 20 years old, and Halla Khatib, 13 years old, together with her aunt, who is also named Manar. Yesterday, an Iranian missile targeted and hit one of the major hospitals in Israel, the Soroka Hospital, which is also the largest hospital in the south of Israel. Soroka is a civilian target. It is a civilian hospital that has been targeted by the Iranians. Soroka Hospital is famous for treating the Muslim community in the south of Israel, the Christians, the Jews in the south of Israel, the Bedouin community. There are also many doctors who are Bedouin and Christian and Muslim and Jews all working together peacefully in coexistence. And the Iranians targeted this civilian hospital yesterday. This is a war crime and an act of terrorism. The silence of the UN is deafening. Thank you very much. So thank you for being here for my statement. I'll take one or two questions if you could just help me.
Mr. Ambassador, the meeting that's taking place today between the Iranian Foreign Minister and the European Foreign Ministers, what do you hope to see emerging from that meeting? Thank you.
Yes. Well, it's clear Israel is not part of that meeting. We expect the European foreign ministers to take a firm stance vis-à-vis Iran and demand that there is a complete rollback of the nuclear program, the dismantling of ballistic missile arsenal and program, and the putting an end to Iran's regional terrorist activities and active support for its terrorist proxies. Thank you. One more question? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Olivia Lepondebert from Reuters. Will Israel consider pausing strikes on Iran if you see progress coming from the Europeans today in talks? And are you convinced and satisfied that this diplomatic route could be enough to address your concerns regarding Iran's nuclear program?
Well, as I said before, Israel is not part of the meeting that took place this morning in Geneva. We have our goals, which I described to you here today, and we haven't yet fulfilled our goals, so we are continuing. Thank you very much.
Just listening there to the UN ambassador to Geneva, the Israeli UN ambassador to Geneva there, discussing that meeting that was held on Friday. Again, not much to be made with those talks, but European officials and foreign ministers alike do believe that some progress could be made in the coming days as President Trump continues to weigh his options. We'll be right back. Continuing to follow the latest within these Middle Eastern conflicts, just before the commercial break, we showcased the UN ambassador to Geneva. They're speaking on that war between Israel and Iran. Now I do want to play out some of the remarks made from the Iranian foreign minister who also attended that conference.
Excellency, distinguished colleagues, I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Saeed Abbas Araghchi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Islamic Republic of Iran. You have the floor, Excellency. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, I am Saeed Abbas Araghchi, Foreign Minister of Iran, a peace-loving nation inheriting one of the most ancient civilizations that has made significant peace-loving nation inheriting one of the most ancient civilizations that has made significant contribution to human civilization, culture, and ethics. Now, this nation of nearly 100 million population is subject to an outrageous act of aggression by a regime that has been committing a horrible genocide in Palestine for the past 2 years, and that is occupying the lands of neighboring countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before this august body to remind you of the legal and ethical responsibility each and every state member and observer of the Human Rights Council has to stand up against this grave injustice. Israel has launched an unprovoked aggression on Iran in a stark violation of Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the Charter, and in bold defiance of all the principles and rules that this Council stands for. This is an unjust war imposed on my people since early hours of Friday, 13 June, when Israel perpetrated a mix of unlawful and criminal operations against off-duty military personnel, university professors, and ordinary people. Hundreds of my fellow Iranians have been killed and injured following Israel's surprise armed attacks and terrorist operations on residential areas, public infrastructures, hospitals, health centers, and of course, the Foreign Ministry. Our peaceful nuclear facilities have also been targeted, despite their being under full monitoring of IAEA, and despite the fact that attacking such facilities are absolutely banned under international law. Israeli attacks on nuclear facilities are grave war crimes, given also the danger of environmental and health catastrophe as the result of radiological leakage. Mr. President, Iran, a founding member of the United Nations system, rightfully expects each and every one of you to stand for justice, rule of law, and basic tenets of humanity and ethics. Iran is under a merciless act of aggression. This is crystal clear fact, must not be allowed to be twisted upside down by Israel and its backers. Israel aggression on Iran cannot and must not be justified by any legal or moral standards. Any justification for this unjust and criminal war would be tantamount to complicity. Iran is defending itself against the barbaric aggression. We are entitled, tasked, and determined to defend our territorial integrity, national sovereignty, and security with all force. This is our inherent right, as also clearly recognized under Article 51 of Charter. Dear colleagues, the peace and rule of law are at serious stake as the result of Israel's unlawful invasion of Iran. Israel is committing war crimes and crimes against humanity. International humanitarian law, already badly undermined as a consequence of Israel's relentless atrocities in occupied Palestine and elsewhere, is now under another extremely serious danger as Israel is committing grave violations of 1949 Geneva Conventions. Mr. President, Switzerland is the custodian of Geneva Conventions and protocols on IHL and has an important responsibility in this regard. Indeed, every state party to 1949 Convention shall shoulder their responsibility under these conventions, in particular Common Articles 1 and 3 of these conventions. Dear colleagues, we were attacked in the midst of an ongoing diplomatic process. We were supposed to meet with Americans on 15 June to craft a very promising agreement for peaceful resolution of the issues fabricated over our peaceful nuclear program. It was a betrayal of diplomacy and an unprecedented blow to the foundation of international law and UN system. Let me be clear. If there is any use of costly systems and mechanisms we have created for the past 80 decades to preserve human rights and dignity, now is the time to do it. We need action now. Otherwise, the whole UN-based international law system would corrode badly. This is a historic moment for human civilization when a civilized nation has come under an unjust war of aggression. The world, every state, every UN mechanism and body has to be alarmed and has to act now to stop the aggressor, to end impunity and to hold the criminals accountable for their unending atrocities and crimes in our region. This is a call from someone who has allocated his whole life to dialogue and diplomacy, but who also is a veteran of an imposed war by Saddam regime and knows how to defend his beloved motherland. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Excellency. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues.
Just wanted to play out those brief comments that were made just yesterday in Geneva, Switzerland, as we did hear from several foreign ministers. Take a live look out here in Jerusalem. We're going to step away for a brief commercial break, continuing our coverage after this. Just a bit of a programming note and an update to some of the live press conferences that we are expecting later on today. You are taking a look here at a photo of Mahmoud Khalil. He is an activist from Columbia University. Now, he was arrested several weeks ago. He has officially been released. He was released on Friday from federal immigration detention. Now, he is expected to make some remarks, perhaps coming up within the next hour or so. He was freed after 104 days by a judge's ruling after becoming a symbol of President Trump's crackdown on campus protest. The former Columbia University graduate student left a federal facility in Louisiana on Friday. He is expected to head to New York to reunite with his U.S. citizen wife and infant son, who was born while Khalil was still in custody. Those remarks expected to be given at nearby Newark, New Jersey. We are monitoring some of those live images that we're getting, and we'll bring them to you in full as soon as we have them. I do want to thank you all once again here for joining us at Live Now from Fox on this Saturday, June 21st. My name is Carl Lahara. Continuing, though, with the biggest story of this week, it does seem that war between Israel and Iran continuing to escalate throughout the last several days. Taking us back out to this live image that we have over there in Tel Aviv. And I want to bring you back to some of the images that we had seen earlier this week as we showcased that several people are evacuating Israel under orders that things could escalate even further within the next coming days. We showed you some of the images as one of those first flights landed at the international airport in Tampa, all of that coordinated between the Trump administration and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Now, earlier today, we also heard from some of those evacuees who were in Cyprus ahead of them boarding that plane and leaving Israel. Let's listen to some of these comments next.
Please tell us about your trip home today. How did you manage?
Yeah, it's actually the last part of the journey. We originally landed in Sicily for just a vacation. And once the entire war started, our flight got canceled. And we decided right away to find a closest destination to go back home. So we flew to Athens. We were there for a week. And then we found a place on the ship, flew again to Larnaca, took a taxi to Limassol, and here we are.
All right, I wish you a happy trip home.
Thank you.
Is everyone okay back home? How's the family, or extended family?
Yeah, you know, I think it's a complicated situation for everyone. Although I think overall the population in Israel are resilient, and I think we are strong. Nevertheless, I think that most of us have kids at home, which make things much more complicated for us. And this is why you see so many people looking any way to go back home. I think that this is part of who we are. We're not running away.
Excuse me to consider it again. Why do you think it's so important for Israelis to go back home?
First of all, I don't want to speak on behalf of everyone, but I think that at least some of them have kids and families back home, and they want to really reunite with them and to be with them throughout these difficult days. And in general, I can speak, from my own perspective. It's also who we are. There is a complicated situation back home. We want to be there. We don't want to run away.
How was it for you being out of the country during this hard time?
For me personally, very difficult because we have 3 kids back at home. One of them is 1.5 years old, so obviously the entire burden was on my parents. I don't think that they imagined that it will take so long. So obviously for us it's a great moment to be so close to go back home.
Mrs. Abraham, can you tell me a little bit about your experience? How long you've been in Israel and where are you going now?
I was in Israel for around 2 weeks. I got in on June 3rd. I'm heading back to Cleveland, Ohio now. And I'm really grateful that I got to go. I had around about a week before the bombs and missiles started going off, and I just feel really connected to Israel. I've been a bunch of times. I got to live there previously, and I'm grateful to the IDF for protecting us and the government investing their money to keep their civilians safe. And I'm also grateful to the American government for getting us home quickly and birthright and Masa programming. And yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about your experience there? I know that it might be traumatic for you, but just how did you keep up with your friends? How was it?
So I've been in the past, and sadly, since the past 20 years of my life when I've been going, there's always been missiles being sent from all different neighbors, and this time it was just a lot scarier because the missiles were a lot larger from Iran, and they landed as well, so I think that caused more anxiety. But the group that I was with, we stayed calm, and luckily we have bomb shelters in our building that we lived in, so we didn't have to run out of our building or anything like that. But Israel is such a unique place filled with such unique people that anytime you're around any Israeli, they're going to keep you calm, and I'm grateful for that coming into their home. So, yeah.
I'm heading home, back to London.
Back to London. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience in Israel? How was it?
It's incredible. We learn a lot from the people of Israel. They're very calm and patient people. They're strong, and there's a lot to learn from them.
You're heading home now after a while. How was your family back? Were they worried?
Yeah, they were very worried. Jewish mothers are always worried, especially when there's bombs going overhead. That makes them a bit more worried.
What did you hear while you were there? How the time was passing for you, and how would you make your families feeling secure?
Well, just tell my family that everything's going well. I mean, Israel's very set up for this, It happens a lot, and they have trust in the system, and so do we. So just reassuring my parents about that, that's all they can.
So those were just some of the brief comments that we had earlier today as Americans and also others from several parts of the world are evacuating Israel amid this ongoing conflict. And that comes as we head back out to this live image that we have over in Jerusalem. I want to turn our attention now, though, to this. Take a look. A post here saying multiple B-2 bombers have taken off from Whiteman Air Force Base. The Air and Space Forces magazine has confirmed. Now, the B-2s are now flying over the Pacific, and the mission comes as President Donald Trump weighs whether to join Israel's air campaign against Iran. Now, this post courtesy of Chris Gordon, who is a reporter for Air and Space Forces magazine, and he joins us now. Chris, good to see you.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Let's start with the fact that just today you published that article discussing these B-2 bombers that are heading there west. Now, what did you learn through your reporting?
Well, what we know so far is that multiple B-2 bombers took off from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri overnight. The Pentagon won't talk about the mission on the record, but this deployment of these bombers is exactly the sort of thing the military would do if it wanted to move B-2s, the stealth bomber, closer to Iran so that it could attack on short notice and not under the watchful eye of flight trackers, reporters, and the like. There's some speculation that they're heading to Guam, and we know they're over the Pacific right now. The significance of the B-2s themselves are they're the only aircraft capable of carrying the so-called bunker buster, this large 30,000-pound bomb that would be needed against the heavily defended Iranian nuclear site, Fordo, which the Israelis may be able to attack it themselves, but most analysts believe if a successful attack would have to be launched using this type of plane and this type of weapon. But we don't know what exactly the B-2's mission will be.
And I'm wondering, Chris, just for a little bit more context, when was the last time that we saw these B-2 bombers being used?
Well, actually quite recently, and perhaps in a signal to Iran. They were deployed in late March to early May to the island of, 6 of them, to the island of Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean, a joint U.S.-UK outpost. And they conducted strikes against the Houthi militants in Yemen before the U.S. Reached a ceasefire with the group. The Houthis are an Iranian-backed group, and while the bombing campaign was intensive, involving a lot of U.S. planes from aircraft carriers, ground-based planes, the use of the B-2s was certainly a show of force, not just aimed at the Houthis, but perhaps at Iran, which supports that group.
And you spoke a little bit about it at the top of our discussion here, but can you go more in depth into the strategy and the goal if President Trump were to launch a direct attack against Iran? Again, nothing confirmed, but we have been seeing some movement on this front.
Right. U.S. officials for now have stressed all the U.S. Actions and deployments have been defensive. We've seen additional fighter jets, F-16s, F-35s, soon to be F-22s from the Air Force come in, the USS Nimitz aircraft carriers coming in. And we know these have, the U.S. has used planes to defeat Iranian drones headed towards Israel, according to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And we know also, he says that U.S. Anti-missile systems on ships and ground-based ones have been used to shoot down missiles headed towards Israel. So the U.S. has been in a defensive mode now. It helped defend Israel from attacks from Iran last October and last April as well. But these bombers, if they were to be used, again, it's for that unique capability of the bunker busting weapon would be their likely use, but it would have to, you'd drop more than one, there'd have to be more than one bomber. It would likely be part of a broader strike, and of course it would be a significant decision if President Trump does decide to intervene offensively with the Israelis against Iran.
Now, President Trump has stressed that a ground offensive involving U.S. military is not something that he even wants to think about or discuss at this time. But Chris, what do we know about U.S. troops and their placement around the Middle East? And what steps have been taken to ensure that those bases do remain protected?
Well, the U.S. has many bases in the Middle East and some delicate diplomatic arrangements. There are about 40,000 U.S. troops in the Middle East. The U.S. military has moved some aircraft away from Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, which is located just across the Persian Gulf from Iran. That's the main U.S. base in the Middle East, houses the headquarters for U.S. Central Command, the command which oversees the Middle East. And it's a large air base. They've taken some planes out of there, moved them out of harm's way. They've said they are, taking force protection measures, making sure everyone knows where the bunkers are. And this is not a new threat that Iran has many missiles, not necessarily fired at U.S. bases, but as proxy groups have fired at U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria. And we know tragically last year in Jordan, killing the 3 troops with a drone. So it's not, we haven't seen quite this tension before, but the U.S. is well aware of the Iranian threat from missiles and drones, and appears to be taking actions to ensure that U.S. troops are as best protected as they can be.
Later on today, we have been reporting extensively that President Trump is going to be meeting with his national security team to get a briefing on some of this conflict between Israel and Iran. What do you have your eye on regarding that meeting? What are you hoping to learn? What can we even expect to learn?
Well, it's a bit unclear. President Trump has suggested that 2 months is the maximum time he would allow, as he said, to allow Iran to come to their senses, I believe in his words. So we really don't know. The bomber placement will, the Air Force can act with these bombers in a matter of hours if President Trump decides to strike Iran. These military has plans for everything. Even if a crisis boils up, it's likely someone has thought through how U.S. Forces might be used against Iran if necessary, or if the president orders that action. So it's really a wait and see, and I think the president himself has said it's a wait and see. He'd like to see Iran unconditional surrender, as he's put it, from Iran, give up their nuclear program. Iran has rebuffed that. And it remains to be, it's in President Trump's hands on what he may decide to do. And there are a number of options he could take. It's not just on off whether the B-2s are used. U.S. refueling planes could support Israeli aircraft, and Pentagon has a number of options, and it's ultimately up to President Trump.
Now, Chris, we certainly appreciate your time this morning as we are following this ever-developing story. Is there anything else that you would like to add before I let you go? Maybe another note from your reporting or something that you're really interested in going forward?
Well, this is certainly an interesting use case and use of the B-2 bomber. This is America's prized asset. There are only less than 20 of these in service at a given time. They were developed to evade Soviet air defenses as a nuclear bomber, but they've been used in Kosovo, Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan. So this is really the biggest stick the U.S. has, and it remains to be seen whether the U.S. Will use it. So it's certainly the U.S. is prepared for something to happen, but we will see.
Chris Gordon, reporter at Air and Space Forces magazine. Thank you so much for joining us here at Live Now from Fox. There's going to be a lot more coming out of this within the next several days, maybe even the next several weeks. We'll look forward to checking with you soon.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Of course. We are going to step away for a brief commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. Before I do so, I want to bring you this live image that we're just getting into our newsroom here. Take a look. This is from inside of an airport. I'm pretty sure this is Newark over in New Jersey, as we are awaiting for the Columbia activist, the former Columbia University graduate, Mahmoud Khalil. He's going to be landing here, and he'll be holding a press conference later on today to discuss the fact that he was just released from immigration detention on Friday. We'll be right back. Taking you back out live to this image that we have inside of Newark International Airport, as the activist Mahmoud Khalil set to be landing here very shortly after he was released just yesterday on Friday from federal immigration detention, freed after 104 days after being detained over his involvement in some of these campus protests there at the university in New York. The former Columbia graduate student left a federal facility in Louisiana on Friday. He's expected to head here to New York to reunite with his U.S. citizen wife and infant son, who was born while Khalil was still detained. So as you can see, there are so many reporters and photographers there waiting to greet the activist as he officially lands there. Now, the Trump administration is seeking to deport Khalil over his role in these protests against the Gaza war. Khalil was detained back on March 8th at his apartment building in Manhattan. He was released after a U.S. district judge said that would be, quote, highly unusual for the government to continue detaining a legal U.S. resident who was unlikely to flee and had not been accused of any violence. During an hour-long hearing conducted by phone, the New Jersey-based judge said the government had, quote, clearly not met the standards for detention. The government filed notice Friday evening that it's appealing Khalil's release. So we're going to continue to monitor this feed. A couple of vantage points that we do have from down there on the ground, taking a look at this one as well. All of these courtesies of our partners there at the Associated Press and also at Reuters. We're seeing a lot of people getting off the plane here. It could be that we'll be seeing Khalil very soon. So let's just hang on this a shot for a brief moment here, as we don't want to miss it. This is happening live now at around 1:16 p.m. Eastern Time, 10:16 in the morning over on the West Coast. We could be getting some remarks, perhaps. Let's listen in.
Guys, step to the side so we can get a shot of.
Hearing there, a lot of commotion coming out of the airport as we saw Mahmoud Khalil there officially landing. It did seem that he was with his wife, who is a U.S. citizen, and their newborn child, who was born while Khalil was still in detention at that ICE detention center there in Louisiana. So a lot of chaos, a lot of commotion. We do see another image here and some microphones that have been set up. Now, don't really think that at this moment we're going to be hearing Khalil making remarks here at the airport. It is presumed that he's going to be heading over to another location to hold that official press conference. And it could be a possibility, as we're seeing as some of these reporters fumbling with those microphones there, but we'll see. We'll keep monitoring several of these feeds. Now, a reminder that Khalil was the first person arrested under President Trump's crackdown on students who joined campus protests against Israel's war in Gaza. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said that Khalil must be expelled from the country because his continued presence could harm American foreign policy. I do believe that we're about to lose a couple of these shots, as you just saw Mahmoud Khalil officially leaving that airport there. If we do get that official press conference or some more remarks, we'll bring them to you here, as always. Let's step away for another brief commercial break, continuing our coverage after this. Taking us straight back out to a New York airport, as we are expecting to hear from the activist there, Mahmoud Khalil.
Thank you so much for everything. Not only for today, it's just for every day. Like just your words, your words of support, your messages have kept me going. Still, the fight is far from over. The genocide is still happening in Gaza. Israel is still waging a full war against Palestinians across Palestine. The U.S. government is funding this genocide, and Columbia University is investing in this genocide. This is what I was protesting. This is what I will continue to protest with every one of you. Not only if they threaten me with detention, even if they would kill me, I would still speak up for Palestine. Again, I just want to go back and just continue the work that I was already doing, advocating for Palestinian rights, a speech that should actually be celebrated rather than punished, as this administration wants to do. But we'll take a few questions.
Mahmoud, what would you say to the Trump administration, because they wanted to keep you detained? What is your message for President Trump?
Just the fact that I am here, it's a message. The fact that all these attempts to suppress pro-Palestine voices have failed now. So this is the message. My existence is a message. The Palestinian existence is a message to this administration.
How does it feel to be free? How does it feel to be free?
To be honest, I'm I'm still trying to just comprehend that. Of course, it feels great. When I was on the inside, I was free. It's just I was locked up. The fact that they put me in that place, that didn't mean that I was not free. I continued to advocate for Palestinians, for the immigrants who are left behind in that facility. The 1,200 men who, all of them, are incredible men, who the Trump administration are trying to portray as whether criminals or just like illegals, as they say. And as I said yesterday, whether you are a citizen, an immigrant, anyone on this land, you're not illegal. That doesn't make you less of a human. And this is what the administration is trying to do, to dehumanize me, to dehumanize the immigrants, to dehumanize anyone who actually does not agree with what the administration is doing.
Excuse me, we're not going to do any more questions today. Come tomorrow to the press conference.
Mahmoud, do you still believe in the promise of America?
Excuse me, please. No more questions today, but we do have one more speaker. And you can come tomorrow to the press conference where there will be time for many, many more questions. But because of the security here, we have to leave. So, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. First of all, first and foremost, I think we speak on behalf of so many people across this country, across the state of New York, but also across so many communities in the United States, and welcoming Mahmoud home to be here and to be reunited with his wife and his newborn son. Mahmoud Khalil was imprisoned for 104 days by this administration, by the Trump administration, with no grounds and for political reasons. Because Mahmoud Khalil is an advocate for Palestinian human rights, he has been accused baselessly of horrific allegations simply because the Trump administration and our overall establishment disagrees with his political speech. This was a form, his detention by ICE, being taken from his home, as well as other advocates, Ms. Ozturk in Boston, Massachusetts, ripped off of the street. Being taken is wrong, it is illegal, it is a violation of his First Amendment rights, It is an affront to every American, and we will not allow and we will continue to resist the politicization and the continued political persecution that ICE is engaged in. And so we welcome Mahmoud home. We will continue to support. I also want to thank the incredible work of CCR, the ACLU, IMEU, and many other advocacy organizations, the lawyers and organizers on the ground who have supported his family. And I have to, of course, thank my staff in office, Noreen Akhtar, who has done so much incredible work as well in ensuring that Mahmoud gets the justice and dignity that he deserves. And so right now we hope that, and we wish for Mahmoud and his family to be able to enjoy some peace after an incredibly difficult 104 days. But we also have a path ahead of us. This is not over, and we will have to continue to support this case. And I also want to thank, I know we have representatives from Senator Schumer's office and others, because everybody agrees. Everyone agrees that the persecution based on political speech is wrong, and it is a violation of all of our First Amendment rights, not just Mahmoud's. Thank you very much.
Congresswoman, what does Mahmoud Khalil's release mean for President Trump's immigration agenda?
I think the thing that we know first and foremost is that the Trump administration knows that they are waging a losing legal battle. They are violating the law, and they know that they are violating the law, and they are trying to use these one-off examples to intimidate everyone else from not going to school, from not using their speech, etc. And so we hope, we've seen that a judge has tossed out their actions not just once, but twice, and we hope to continue to advocate for the administration to follow the law, frankly. Thank you.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
We will do some Q&A with Baher and Ramsey if you want.
So we were just listening there to some of the comments being made from activist Mahmoud Khalil landing in Newark Airport. We may be getting some more comments at this moment. Let's continue to listen in.
Questions about what is the meaning of his release. It's an important battle that he fought. It's an important battle that he fought.
Everyone's in the shot. Give everyone a second. Cameras are this way. So we can all get in the shot.
And then we have to clear.
Yeah.
And if you just who you are and where you're with.
I'm Baher Azmi, ACMY, for the Center for Constitutional Rights, one of his attorneys. This is an incredibly significant and important victory, although one that came far too late. And as much as we're celebrating, I think we can't fully let go of the outrage that Mahmoud had to fight for so long and so hard against this outrageous and unconstitutional government conduct by the administration, namely to persecute him simply for advocacy for Palestine and dissenting from United States foreign policy. I think Mahmoud and Palestinian advocates are still the tip of the authoritarian spear with this administration. But collectively, I think people want to keep up the resistance and keep up the fight for justice in Palestine. We just have to be a little bit more mindful when we do it.
All right, folks, we got to clear this area. We're in an access where we got to clear this area.
Okay.
All right.
So the DHS yesterday referred to the bail order as the actions of a rogue judge. I was wondering if you had a comment on that.
That's like, that's a sort of comment that's consistent with their general ignorance about how a constitutional system works, how a democracy works. A federal judge reviewed the constitutional arguments presented and did what a federal judge is supposed to do. The immigration judge basically works for DHS and reaffirmed DHS policy. What matters is a federal judge, by the way, who is the sixth to rule against the administration, far from rogue. This judge and not the administration, and Mahmoud and not the administration, understands how the Constitution works.
And we do need to move.
We're in an
Everybody
access
needs
we have to clear this area.
He's with Port Authority. We have to clear the area. They could do like a walk and talk.
And what's tomorrow's event?
There's a press conference tomorrow, like a full one.
He'll be in attendance tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
What time?
We'll be sending out an advisory with the details.
As you can see there, they are clearing out this area in Newark Airport after we just saw activist Mahmoud Khalil land there after being held in ICE detention for over 100 days. He landed there, we saw, with his wife and his newborn child, who was born while Khalil was still detained. Taking a look here at a post from our reporter with our partners at Fox 5 in New York, Sharon Crowley, saying Mahmoud Khalil returns with Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and we heard from both of them speak briefly, as well as some remarks made by the attorney that's representing the activist. We're going to step away for a brief commercial break, taking you out to this live image that we do have out of Newark Airport. We'll be right back. Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here at Live Now from Fox on this Saturday. Just before the commercial break, we were showcasing as Colombia activist Mahmoud Khalil did land in New York Airport after being released from immigration detention just yesterday on Friday. He made some short remarks there with the representative, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Tomorrow, we are expecting a longer press conference. Let's continue with some more of the top story concerning the conflict between Israel and Iran, as we're taking a look here also at a post from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, saying this: welcome home to those rescued from the escalating Iranian attacks against Israel. The mission has been challenging, but Florida delivered solutions. Here he is talking about the fact that officials down there in Florida did help to coordinate some of these flights that officially landed in Tampa earlier this week, with several people that are trying to evacuate from Israel, as we await to see what happens in the region given this conflict that continues to escalate. Now, the Florida governor did make some remarks after welcoming home some of those who did land. Let's watch.
Early morning, a little earlier than we usually do these press conferences, but we're here at Tampa International Airport to really celebrate the return home of many of our fellow Floridians and fellow Americans from a very difficult situation over in Israel. And this is not the first time that the state of Florida has led rescues in situations like this, but I will say, given what's happening over there, given that you have a barrage of missiles being launched by a very hostile regime into Israel, given that the airport's totally shut down, given that the neighboring areas aren't exactly easy to navigate, this was probably the most challenging and logistically difficult mission that the Florida Department of Emergency Management has done, certainly in my time, and I don't think there's been anything like it, but we've already been able to help effectuate over 1,500 people's exit from Israel. Those folks will end up going in a variety of places. We, of course, are bringing in plane loads of people. This flight that came in from Cyprus was, I think, was about 160 some people. Yes, sir. That came in. And you know, the thing about it is, when you have these types of situations, Ben Gurion Airport's totally shut down. You have folks that are there. We have a lot of students that are visiting, that are studying. We have people that are on Israel Birthright program who are going to, for the first time in their lives, be able to see Israel and learn about their heritage. And then all of a sudden, to have this happen, you're really in no man's land. And so we understood there was need for help. It's interesting, when October 7th, 2023 happened, we launched the rescue flights. We brought back, I mean, probably close to 1,000 people. But that was kind of something that people didn't expect. Now with this, I mean, we had people reaching out to us saying, hey, you guys going to do that again? And we did. We got involved in it very quickly and were able to bring back, and, you know, people coming back very, very appreciative to just be back and be safe and sound. And it's just the type of thing where the danger, look, Iron Dome is great. It doesn't stop every rocket. I mean, that's just the reality. And there is damage being done in the state of Israel because of what Iran's doing. And so, but then you just have, you know, we have young kids. It's tough to just deal with that situation, even apart from the danger. So everyone was really appreciative. And so I want to thank, we have Kevin Guthrie from the Florida Division of Emergency Management here. We respond to a bunch of different things in the state of Florida, hurricanes being the number one, but we've also done things like do these rescues. We're doing all the immigration, huge tasks that fall on our emergency management team, and Kevin does a remarkable job doing that. We also have Andy Wilson, Gray Bull Rescue Foundation, so they're our partners in helping to effectuate these rescues, and we've partnered with different groups over the years. Gray Bull basically had spun off of a group that we had worked with, and we have Andy Wilson here, but those guys did a great job. We're also joined by Layla Collins. She's the wife of our senator here in Tampa, Jay Collins. Jay's over there getting it done, and I think that, you know, you talk about somebody that's done a great job as a senator in Florida. He's got a tremendous record. He's also basically, I mean, almost like an action figure in terms of him springing into action, running into the fire, and helping folks in their time of need. So Jay and Gray Bull have worked very closely with Kevin and our team to do this. Look, this is not something that is easy to do. There's logistical challenges. It was not an easy voyage for these folks because they're having to get on a cruise ship, then they're having to wait in Cyprus, and then all the things that go in between that. Was difficult, and it's not as simple as just getting on a flight in Tampa and flying to like Chicago, right? So there were a lot of logistical challenges, but they were able to do that. So to have, this is the second plane load of folks that have now come in to Tampa. I want to thank Tampa Airport. Tampa was the place where we did the Israel rescue flights back in 2023. And they've worked very, very well with the state of Florida to be able to make this a seamless process. The reality is there's going to be more folks that are going to be rescued. This is an ongoing effort. I know that there's you know, potentially some other states that may want to get in the game at this point. The reality is that there's definitely a need for more. I know we helped really get people out of Israel initially, which is important. I don't know when the Ben Gurion Airport's going to open up again, and it may not open up for some time. So there's going to be some need. So this is part of an ongoing effort for us to serve the people of the state of Florida. But I know that talking with parents who had kids over there, many of them are school-age kids, college-age kids, you're worried. I mean, it's a panic situation to see what's happening over there. Know your son or daughter is stuck potentially over there. But then to have the state of Florida really lead the effort to bring them back to safety. First of all, it's the right thing to do. But second of all, it just brings huge relief to so many families throughout the state of Florida. I mean, I was talking to some of these folks coming in, they're starting at Florida State on Monday or going to UF and all this other stuff. So this was really something that I think was very personal to a lot of people throughout our state. And I think people should be proud that you have a state that when they see a problem, when they see a challenging set of a challenging mission, that we don't shy away from it and pass the buck. We step up and we lead and we get the job done. So expect more of these to happen. And I don't know what's going to happen in terms of the length of this conflict, but I think that the people that are stuck over there, particularly our Florida students and Florida residents, probably don't want to be stuck over there and just have to wait out the balance of it, which is a shame because you're never going to see any history like you can see when you go to Israel. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, I was just, we were doing the aerospace stuff over in France, and, there's some historic stuff going back centuries, more history, much older country than the U.S., and we have some history here. I mean, I, used to represent St. Augustine. You go back, hundreds of years, but I mean, that's history that goes back thousands of years. It's really been the foundation for Western civilization. You wouldn't have it in the United States of America if you didn't have what happened there over many years. And so it's a unique place, and it's really something that I think of any place anyone goes that really is a inspirational, spiritual, even life-changing experience. I would say it's probably Israel in my judgment. And so, it's sad that they're not going to be able to experience that like they should. But I do think that there will come a time where they will be able to do that. All right, we're going to hear from Senator Collins. I also have Josh Hammer, who's a Florida resident. He was over there. He was part of the group that had been rescued, and he's going to say a few words as well. So, Kevin?
Good morning. Thank you for being here with us this morning. Thank you, Governor, for your steadfast leadership. As the governor was engaged in this from Paris, he was constantly talking to us and asking us, what's going on. And we're very, very happy that we have brought in the second flight this morning. Before I get into the prepared points, I'm just going to tell you, when we get into questions and answers, we are not going to talk at all about tactics, about how we're moving people inside of Israel and all that. For their safety, our safety, the team's safety of Gray Bull Rescue, we will not talk about that. So I just want to make sure that you understand that from the very beginning. Florida is committed to protecting residents of the state no matter where in the world they are. In times of crisis, Floridians can count on the swift action and strong leadership of Governor DeSantis and the state emergency response team when we are called upon. Our emergency response infrastructure allows us to act decisively when crises occur, even when those crises are thousands of miles away. Under Governor DeSantis' leadership, the Florida Division of Emergency Management, alongside our state and private partners, in this case, most notably, the Florida Department of Transportation with Jared Perdue, as well as our contract vendors, have launched a coordinated operation to assist Floridians seeking to evacuate Israel amidst ongoing hostilities. Central to that is obviously Gray Bull Rescue that we have partnered with. We're excited to partner with them again. We have conducted 2 rescue flights and 1 cruise ship mission that have allowed fellow Floridians and Americans to reunite with their families. As of today, we have flown over 300 individuals, and we have put on a passenger ferry over 1,100 more and facilitated that. When our residents are in need, the state of Florida is ready to come together and take action. Evacuation flights are still ongoing as a part of Florida's unprecedented mission to bring our residents home. This operation will continue 24/7 with the safety and well-being of Americans and Floridians as our top priority. Again, I want to extend my gratitude to the brave team members on the ground, which include Senator Jay Collins, Gray Bull's CEO, Brian Stern. They have been there for about 5 days, about 120 hours, give or take, and they have had very, very little rest. Gray Bull and our state private partners have just done yeoman's work. But I also want to call out two of my staff specifically. My staff has been doing a great job. There is obviously a 7-8 hour time difference depending on what country we're dealing with to get individuals out. And they have been working literally 24/7. So I want to make sure that I give a call out to my Deputy Executive Director, Keith Pruitt, who is former Army as well and has an extensive history in the Middle East. He is over there. He is helping out. And then also my Chief of Staff, Jake Felder, who has been a part of the Birthright program in the past. He has been there, done that. He knows a lot of the ins and outs about it. And he has been forever, I'll be forever indebted to him for the leadership and the knowledge that he brings forward to this particular mission. Again, Florida stands with its residents. In peace and in crisis, we will always rise to the challenge. This is not just a rescue mission, it is a reflection of Florida's values of safety, courage, and resilience. Governor, again, thank you for your leadership that you do. I am super proud to carry out this mission.
Okay, Josh, just introduce yourself, tell them where you're from.
Sure. So I did not expect to be here, of course. My name is Josh Hammer. I live in Hallandale Beach in the Broward County area, but I'm an editor at Newsweek. I host a show and write a weekly syndicated column. Did not necessarily expect to be in this position when my wife, my daughter, my father-in-law, and I flew to Israel about a week and a half ago or so. We were there to go to my wife's cousin's wedding. I was going to join part of a group trip, and you know, it kind of all went down the drains, of course, a little bit. And I guess just to kind of give you a little bit of a personal experience here, and then I'll talk a little bit about Gray Bull and Florida and all that there. So we were staying in the center, in the broader Tel Aviv area when the IDF operation in Iran started last Thursday evening. And, you know, I kind of, as a political commentator, as an analyst, I kind of have done a lot of kind of Monday morning quarterbacking. Did I get it right? Should I have foreseen this coming? President Trump had given the 60-day deadline on negotiations. You know, they say to take President Trump seriously, not literally. In this case, perhaps literally might have been the better course of action because day 61 is when the bombs started dropping. In any event, there we decided to spend a few days basically trying to wait it out there. And by wait it out, I think that you basically have to understand the following, which is you're essentially living on pins and needles for the sirens to go off, and then you have 90 seconds to 2 minutes to basically take, you know, in our case, our 6-month-old baby, just run to the bomb shelter. And another key point here is, you know, the Israelis have dealt with all sorts of mortar, rocket fire, and so forth from Hamas since they took over Gaza back in 2007. But we're dealing here not with these lower-level Scud missiles type mortars. We're dealing here with Iranian ballistic missiles. These are no joke. So the turning point for me personally, as a father first and foremost, was last Sunday evening into Monday morning, where there was a neighboring town in the Israeli center called Petah Tikva, where there were at least 2 individuals tragically who died while they were in the bomb shelter. So the bomb shelter did not protect them because the ballistic missile was a direct hit. You know, Israel will figure out their missile defense. That's a conversation perhaps for tomorrow, not for today. But that was kind of my impetus to say, okay, we need to figure out how to get the heck out of here. There, not an easy thing to do, by the way. As someone who is not just Jewish but an adamant supporter of the Jewish state, I literally wrote a book on this 3 months ago. The governor blurbed this book quite graciously, in fact, Israel and Civilization. So this is near and dear to me. So getting out in the middle of a war zone is not my inclination per se, but again, thinking first and foremost as a father to a beautiful 6-month-old girl was really what we were thinking of here. So that's how I came across Senator Collins. I saw him tweet about this Gray Bull operation. One thing leads to another. I get in touch with Senator Collins and Gray Bull, and we start this marathon journey out. And, you know, we're probably going to laugh about it one day, right? I mean, we'll tell our daughter how her first passport stamp is Jordan, of all countries. I mean, Israel does not stamp your passport. That's the context here. So so we had to physically cross the Jordan, you know, not necessarily on anyone's bingo card, as you would say there, right? You know, unexpected night in Cyprus. We end up at a nice beach. I mean, the whole week has just been a total blur. I feel like I'm not even here right now physically. It's gonna, you know, thank God that the Jewish Sabbath starts tonight because we really desperately need that rest and that sleep. But I guess I would be remiss if I didn't emphasize here, God bless everyone here. Thank you guys so much. It's absolutely incredible that the state of Florida leads time and time again on these operations there. I have no idea why other states don't seem to kind of jump all in as well. But it's just yet another reminder that we are so blessed and privileged and honored to live in the greatest state in the country, the free state of Florida, and blessed to be governed by the greatest governor in this country, Governor Ron DeSantis, who is the greatest friend to the Jewish people and the Jewish state of Israel of any governor in this country, bar none, by far. So God bless you, Governor. God bless Senator Collins, who's become a friend, a wonderful, incredible man. You know, Senator Collins, the first word that I think of when I see him, actually, to borrow the loan word from Yiddish, is mensch. He's a genuine mensch, just a good man. This is a former Army Green Beret who just dives into the thick of it there to get us across the border, to do this, do that. Unbelievable stuff. So God bless this amazing state, and we're just really happy to be home safely. So thank you all very much.
Well, we're going to continue the operations. I think everybody has worked really, really hard. This is something that when these operations began, we didn't necessarily know what was going to happen immediately, and you kind of go roll with the punches and react. But it was pretty clear that we need to be in the game, that there were people that needed our help, and our Florida citizens were there, and they needed to be rescued. So thanks to everybody involved. We'll have more to come. But you saw everybody how relieved they were when they were coming off that plane. I mean, that's just genuine appreciation for people, stepping up and caring about them. Okay, any questions?
We just wanted to play out some of those top comments there, featuring Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and other officials down there in Florida, discussing the fact that they did help to facilitate some of these flights to help people evacuate from Israel amid that escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. We're taking a live look at the White House, as later on today we are expecting for President Trump to receive a briefing on that war, and we'll bring you all of those updates as soon as we get them. But for right now, we are going to step away for a brief commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, and thank you all for joining us here at Live Now from Fox on this Saturday, June 21st. My name is Carla Hara. Next, I'd like to showcase this exclusive interview with Fox News featuring Vice President J.D. Vance, in which he sat down to discuss several of these protests that continue to happen across the country, and also that escalating conflict between Israel and Iran.
A whole lot going on in the world right now. Sure. Why come to LA right now? Well, first of all, we've wanted to come and check out what's actually going on the ground, show some support to the FBI agents, the National Guardsmen, and the Marines who've been here, I think, bringing peace to what was a very chaotic situation thanks to the leadership of Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. If you really think about what's at stake here is the basic principle of, do we get to enforce federal immigration law when the people's duly elected president says we've got to enforce our borders? And I think obviously the answer is yes. And what you saw in Los Angeles was really, I think, a conspiracy of the mayor, the governor, and a lot of radical left protesters who are going to say, no, we're not going to let people enforce the immigration laws of the United States of America. We in the Trump administration had a different attitude towards that. Obviously, you've seen that immigration happen all over Southern California. I think we've now restored some order to Los Angeles, and thank God that we did, because I think absent President Trump's leadership, you would have seen the city really spiral out of control, which we don't want. I think it's a beautiful city. It's got a lot to offer, but you've got to be able to enforce immigration law.
So the riots have stopped. There's still protests, and there's still a lot of tension out there. It feels like something can explode at any moment. There's a lot of anti-ICE sentiment in LA. What's your metric for determining how long the military is going to be here in Los Angeles? Things are calm right now. Are you going to keep them here for a while in case there's more activity? When do you pull them out?
Well, I think what the president says, you got to do this case by case, right? See how this goes, see where we are in a few days, ensure that you don't have the increase in rioting activity. I mean, look, when these riots break out, people can't access basic services, stores get destroyed, people's economic life is destroyed, and of course, if the riots really get out of control, you have people violently attacked, and that's of course what drove this initially. Is you had FBI agents who were actually being attacked by a mob, and the Los Angeles Police Department, great people by the way, but they were being handcuffed by their political leadership from enforcing the law, saving our FBI agents, and preventing violence against federal law enforcement. So we're going to pull out the troops when we feel confident that level of instability is not going to return law enforcement. So we're going to pull out the troops when we feel confident that level of instability is not going to return. But of course, when that happens and when the president makes that decision, of course, it's easy to put people back in if you feel like that rioting starts to ramp up again.
At the beginning of the administration, the idea was worse first, right? Targeting the worst of the worst criminals.
Sure.
You guys are still doing that, but we're also starting to see Home Depots getting hit, car washes, agriculture workers. Is the net widening? Because we hear, there's targets, they want 3,000 arrests a day. So are you guys widening the net in terms of who you're going after now?
Well, first of all, Bill, let's step back and appreciate just the radical success of the Trump administration. Simply through having a president who cared about border enforcement, we've gone from close to 3 million illegal border crossings per year to actually net negative illegal immigration in this country. In other words, we're deporting far more people than are coming in illegally into our country. That's exactly what should be happening, and that really all it required was a president who empowered federal law enforcement to do the job of enforcing our borders. So yes, you're right. Now, what do we do? What the president has said is we really want to focus on the illegal immigrants who came during the Biden administration, but also we're enforcing everywhere. In other words, the president has said if you are an illegal immigrant into this country, you ought to voluntarily go back and come through the proper channels, because we don't want people who have come into the country illegally just staying here indefinitely. That's not the policy of the Trump administration. We've empowered law enforcement to really enforce the law. Yes, we're focusing on the most violent criminals. We're focusing on people who came here illegally over the Biden administration, but put simply, if you came into the country illegally, if you're not a legal resident of the United States of America, you ought to go back home and come through proper channels.
So basically, it's what Tom Homan has said repeatedly. If you're in the U.S. illegally, you're on the table.
If you're in the U.S. illegally, you are at risk of deportation, though obviously we're focusing law enforcement resources on the worst offenders, on violent criminals, and on people who came here recently. That's the main focus, and unfortunately, thanks to the Biden administration, there are millions upon millions of those individuals. We're going to try to enforce immigration laws primarily against them. But yeah, Tom Homan, the president, I'm going to say it right now, if you're in the country illegally, you are at risk of deportation because you shouldn't be here if you're not consistent with the laws of our country.
So you're here in a big sanctuary city, Los Angeles. There's been a lot of resistance in sanctuary cities across the country, Boston, here in LA. Activists, you've even got politicians interfering, some politicians getting arrested for interfering with ICE. Is there any world in which these activists and politicians throw enough sand in the gears for ICE and the Trump administration to where you guys slow down some of this enforcement? Karen Bass says, ICE has to just flat out stop. Is there any world and that's a possibility?
No, that's ridiculous, but you are right that they're trying to throw sand in the gears of enforcement. That's what we see with a lot of these ridiculous court cases. The good news, Bill, is that you're starting to see that the courts start to side with the Trump administration on this very simple principle that the American people elected more border enforcement, and that's exactly what the president is trying to deliver. So I think that with the courts doing what they're doing, and you see us ramping up the deportation efforts, I really do think that you're seeing the enforcement against illegal immigration take a step forward, not a step backward, even though you're right, a lot of far-left politicians are trying to change the dynamic. Now, here's the thing, though, about those politicians is how crazy is it that we have a country where you have elected representatives of the American people who seem far more interested in illegal immigrants than they do the citizens of their own country. When Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass give Medicaid to illegal immigrants, let's be honest about what they're doing. They're literally taking medication and medical services away from poor Americans so that they can give it to illegal immigrants. Why would you want to do that? And why would we be surprised that when you do that, you have an illegal immigration problem on the scale of what they have in California? Immigration enforcement actually should work, states and the federal government working hand in hand. Gavin Newsom should be saying, we're not going to give free benefits to illegal aliens. We're going to give those benefits to American citizens. Meanwhile, us and the Trump administration are going to enforce immigration law. That symbiosis, that working together, I think will make the American people safer, and it'll make our country much better off. But look, if you're going to have politicians like Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom who try to fight immigration enforcement, we're going to use every legal tool at our disposal to get illegal immigrants out of our country. That's what the president was elected to do, and he takes it very seriously.
Last question on this topic. If Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass see this interview, what's your message to them?
Our message to them is very simple. Just do your job. It is so simple to have a country where you do well by the American citizens, by the people who have the legal right to be here, and you enforce the law against people who have violated the law. I don't know why this is a controversial proposition. I don't know why Democrats and Republicans can't agree on it. Republicans under President Trump are very clear. We don't want to let people who are in our country illegally stay in our country. We want to enforce the border. We want to make it safe for American citizens to live good lives in their own community. Meanwhile, you have Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom who seem to want to do everything that they can to make it harder to enforce the law, to empower violent rioters to assault federal law enforcement officers. I mean, Bill, I guess my message to Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass is, why don't you empower the great people of the Los Angeles Police Department to put down some of these violent rioters rather than encouraging them? Why don't you tell illegal immigrants to comply with the law rather than encouraging radicals to assault our FBI agents who are trying to do their job? It's very simple. Support law enforcement. We think great things could happen for the state of California, but it's not going to happen if you have failed political leadership.
I do want to ask you about Iran. There have been all sorts of articles and media reporting about this supposed rift in MAGA world and amongst Republicans about what to do with Iran. How do you see things right now?
Look, what the president said is so perfect about this. I think he gets to define America first because he's the person who ran, who was elected, and who actually leads this movement. And for all of the online chatter, what I see, and I've seen it very privately, of course, and I've seen it very publicly, the president is very focused on a core American national interest. And that national interest is the state of Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. We're pursuing everything that we can to make sure that happens. We're pursuing diplomatic channels. As you can see, we're supporting the Israelis as they engage in these military operations. We're shooting down Iranian missiles that are coming into Israel. We've been very clear. We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And so for the folks, I think, who are frustrated with something about the president's policy, what I'd say is, do you think Iran should have a nuclear weapon? I think most people would say no. Has the president done anything other than use American influence and power to try to accomplish that goal? No, he hasn't. So support the president, recognize he's trying to do something that's very difficult, that other administrations failed to do, and that's end the Iranian nuclear program. I think he's going to do it, and he's going to do it by using clear, restrained, strong American leadership. That's what he was elected to do, and that's what he's going to do.
So how long do you give diplomacy a chance to work before it's time to drop a bunker buster?
Look, the president has to answer that question, right? And I think that what he said is he's going to pursue diplomacy until he thinks that there isn't an opportunity. And once he decides that diplomacy has completely run its course, that we're not going to get anything out of additional talks, then I think the president is going to do what he needs to do to end Iranian enrichment and end that Iranian nuclear program. Again, the president will make that final decision. I do think that we're running out of time, but as the president said yesterday, he wants to give it a little bit more time to see what diplomacy can accomplish. I think we're going to find out, and the Iranians are going to find out the hard way or the easy way. What I'd tell them sitting here right now, Friday afternoon, is please, for the love of God, recognize the President of the United States is very serious about this. He doesn't want you to get a nuclear weapon. He also is more than willing to work with the nation of Iran if it's willing to disarm peacefully. But if it's not willing to disarm peacefully, then we're going to have other options on the table for the President of the United States.
You said you think we're running out of time. The president says he wants to take about 2 weeks to think about it. Is that within your range?
Well, I think, as the president said, he's not going to tell anybody exactly when or what he's going to do. He's going to continue working this process. He's going to let the diplomatic process unfold. And in the meantime, of course, the president of the United States can do whatever he needs to do, whenever he needs to do it to keep the American people safe. I think the president has a very clear sense of what he wants to accomplish and when he wants to accomplish it, but I'll let him to speak to that, because right now his administration has been instructed, do whatever you can to try to solve this problem peacefully, because if we're not going to solve it peacefully, we're going to solve it some way else.
I'm not sure if you heard the president's comments earlier today. He was asked about Tulsi Gabbard, DNI Tulsi Gabbard's comments that there hasn't been intelligence that Iran is close to a nuke. And President Trump said that Tulsi Gabbard is just, quote, wrong, said she's wrong. There's been reporting that there's maybe a little bit of internal turmoil going on. Is that true?
Look, first of all, this rift, whether it's a public rift or a private rift, what I see every single day is, number one, a political movement that's united behind the president's leadership because he's doing great things for the American people, and an administration that is very much united, especially at the senior levels, with doing what President Trump has asked us to do. That's true of Tulsi Gabbard. That's true of everybody else in the administration and the president's national security team. I think the comments that you're referring to are, frankly, a creation of the media. Tulsi's been very consistent that what the president has said about the Iranian nuclear program is true, that they're getting too close, that they're enriching uranium far above the level that would be necessary for civilian uses. The president's been consistent about that. Tulsi Gabbard and every other member of the national security team has been very clear about that. What I see in some of these questions is the media will say, well, Tulsi Gabbard said this. Do you agree with this? And then when you actually look at what Tulsi Gabbard said, she didn't say what the media accuses her of saying. And I think that's true in this case. It's true of a lot of other situations where the media puts words in people's mouths. But trust me, Bill, we're all aligned here. We all agree with what the president is doing. And I think he's trying to lead America to a place where we don't have to worry about a crazy regime getting nuclear weapons. That's a very important place to go.
Last question, we'll let you run. Obviously, a lot of people in President Trump's ear giving him advice.
Sure.
Whether it's the military, his cabinet, you yourself. What advice are you giving him?
The advice that I'm giving him is, sir, trust your instincts. He's got the best instincts of any president I've ever seen, of any political leader that I've ever seen. I think that he knows when diplomacy has run its course, and he'll know when ultimately he has to employ the American military to make sure that Iran doesn't have a nuclear program. But I think a lot of people, you're right, are trying to give him advice, but I think the president is incredibly focused on a very narrow thing. Iran can have a nuclear weapon, and he's going to use every tool at his disposal as President of the United States to ensure that doesn't happen. I think the president has got us on the right course. I'm certain he's going to make the right decisions for the American people, and I think we'll find that out soon enough.
Just listening in there to that exclusive interview with Fox News featuring Vice President J.D. Vance discussing several of these top stories, including immigration enforcement across the country and also the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. We'll be right back. taking a live look over in Los Angeles, California, 11:11 in the morning on the West Coast, 2:11 in the afternoon here on the East Coast. Just before the commercial break, we were showcasing an exclusive interview with Fox News featuring Vice President J.D. Vance speaking on several topics. Now, that interview came after VP Vance did speak to some Marines that are stationed in California.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for being here, and thanks especially to the Marines from 29 Palms for being here, for serving their country and providing some much-needed security. As a matter of fact, I just heard from a couple of law enforcement officers, basically, thank you. Thank you to the President for sending in the DOD officials, for sending in the soldiers and Marines, because unfortunately a lot of these federal buildings were under very serious threat. I heard about a lot of that during my tour here today, and the reason I'm here is I just wanted to hear from the law enforcement officials themselves, the state officials, the local officials, but also the federal officials, what's actually going on here on the ground. I think there's some good news, and the good news is the rioting has gotten a lot better. But the bad news is, as I heard from everybody, unfortunately, the soldiers and Marines are still very much a necessary part of what's going on here because they're worried that it's going to flare back up. And what do I mean when I say flare back up? I think it's useful to take stock of what actually happened in the city of Los Angeles over the past couple of months. So first of all, to set the table, we have a public official in Gavin Newsom and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, who over the past few years have actively encouraged illegal migration into this community, have strained public services, have strained law enforcement, and really have offered generous benefits, not to American citizens, but to illegal immigrants to break the law, to come into our country, and to receive generous public assistance for having done so. What has that done? That has created an illegal immigration crisis, of course, facilitated by the policies of the Biden administration, and there is perhaps nowhere where that crisis has fallen harder than in the great city of Los Angeles. And, you know, I landed, when I saw this city, when I was driving through to come to this FBI building, all I could think about is what a great American city Los Angeles is, and what a great tragedy it is that we have allowed illegal immigration and rioting to destroy, I think, one of the great gems of the American family. Now, these guys surrounding me represent the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. They represent immigration enforcement, and of course, we just met some Marines who represent the Department of Defense. All of these law enforcement officials were necessary because what happened is, in response to the basic federal action of enforcing immigration law, you had local officials and radical left-wing agitators who actually encouraged violence, who facilitated violence and rioting in the great city of Los Angeles. What happened here was a tragedy. You had people who were doing the simple job of enforcing the law, and they had rioters egged on by the governor and the mayor, making it harder for them to do their job. That is disgraceful, and it is why the president has responded so forcefully what happened in Los Angeles. Number one, because we've got to enforce our borders and get so many of these criminals out of our country to begin with. And number two, when you have violent agitators who make it impossible for the law enforcement to do their job, it is necessary to protect them and to defend them. We have to remember that the Friday that the riots started, before there was ever a single National Guardsman, before the President of the United States had sent in additional federal resources, you had law enforcement officers who were being captured and beaten by violent mobs egged on by Gavin Newsom and other officials. It was necessary to send the National Guard to stop that process, to bring some order back to this great city, and to make it possible for the people's president to enforce the people's immigration law. That's why we're here. That's why these guys are standing beside me. That's why we have close to 5,000 soldiers and Marines from the Department of Defense. It's because we've got to enforce the law. The president takes that very seriously. I'm happy to take a few questions, but before I do, I just want to send a message to all of the law enforcement, local, state, and federal, who frankly I think are suffering from a bit of a morale problem because they've had the local government in this community tell them that they're not allowed to do their job. I just want to let you know, from the president, the vice president on down, this administration stands with you. We're grateful for the job that you do every single day. We know that we wouldn't have a border were it not for your hard work and for your efforts, and we're going to keep on fighting for you and keep on standing with you every step of the way. I heard today Border Patrol officials tell me that they feel like the local government is sicking violent mobs on them when they go out to the community to enforce the nation's immigration laws. Can you imagine what it's like to be a federal official doing your job, doing the job the President of the United States ordered you to do, and have a mob come after you for following orders and for enforcing the American people's laws? I think it's disgraceful that we've ever gotten to this place in this country, but thank God we've got a president and an administration that is pushing back against lawlessness. We're going to keep on doing it every step of the way. So thank you to the Border Patrol. Thank you to the soldiers and Marines. Thank you to the U.S. attorneys. Thank you to the FBI. Thank you to all of you for doing what is necessary to enforce the laws of the American people. We are grateful to you, and we'll keep on fighting for you. Now I'll take a few questions.
Would you say that Gavin Newsom is endangering law enforcement here in California, and what should he be doing if he was protecting them?
Look, I would absolutely say that Gavin Newsom is endangering law enforcement. The law enforcement officials themselves tell me as much, that when they go out, let's say you have a Border Patrol official who needs to go out and arrest somebody, maybe a violent criminal who's also an illegal alien. When that Border Patrol agent goes out to do their job, they said within 15 minutes of them trying to do their job, they have protesters, sometimes violent protesters, who are in their face, obstructing them, preventing them from doing their job, and endangering their lives. Why do they have that? Because those people have been egged on by local officials. Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, by treating this city as a sanctuary city, have basically said that it is open season on federal law enforcement. They have treated Border Patrol and border enforcement as somehow an illegitimate force instead of what they are, which is the American people's law enforcement trying to enforce the American people's laws. So when Gavin Newsom encourages violence and rioting, when he encourages people to get in the face of our great Border Patrol officers, he is absolutely endangering the lives of federal enforcement. He's absolutely endangering the lives of mothers and daughters and fathers and sons who have been sent here to do a simple thing: enforce the law. And thank God they're willing to do it, despite the fact that the local leadership of this community has made it harder on them and has in fact endangered their lives as they go about to do their important work.
Mr. President, your reaction to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, their decision yesterday, I just want to get your reaction to that.
Yeah, well, it's interesting that for the past couple of weeks, Gavin Newsom has said that there's an illegitimate effort to send federal resources to secure a city that he refuses to secure. And what the Ninth Circuit said yesterday is that that was a completely legitimate and proper use of federal law enforcement. The president has a very simple proposal to everybody in every city, every community, every town, whether big or small. If you enforce your own laws and if you protect federal law enforcement, we're not going to send in the National Guard because it's unnecessary. But if you let violent rioters burn great American cities to the ground, then of course we're going to send federal law enforcement in to protect the people the president was elected to protect. And I think what the Ninth Circuit said very clearly is that when the president makes a determination that you've got to send in certain federal officials to protect people, that determination was legitimate, and the president's going to do it again if he has to. But hopefully it won't be necessary. We don't want to send these great Marines to cities like Los Angeles. We only do it if we have to protect federal property and to protect the lives of our great law enforcement folks.
Protesters, some of them funded by Democratic groups who are releasing the addresses of ICE agents in hotels around here.
Well, you know, it just drives home. I was actually shocked to hear this, and I didn't realize this until I was in the command center earlier talking to some of these great officials, that oftentimes you have far-left agitators who are posting the names, the addresses, even the family members of some of our law enforcement in an effort to harass them, antagonize them, and even threaten their lives. And what do I take from that? What I take from that is that you have a very small group of people who are so against the idea of border enforcement that they're willing to threaten and endanger the lives of their fellow Americans who are enforcing the law. And something else I take from it is that Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass have got to stop this craziness. Every single law enforcement officer I talked to today, every single one of them said they feel like the local leadership, the mayor and the governor, are encouraging these far-left agitators. What is the justification for this? What is the reason for this? There is a broad bipartisan consensus that we ought to have border enforcement and we ought to enforce our nation's laws. So why do you have far-left agitators egged on by local officials who are encouraging these agitators to harass and to threaten our Border Patrol, you have it because of a lack of common sense. These people need to be stopped. These people need to be told that if you threaten a law enforcement officer, you're going to go to prison for it. And that's exactly what the Trump administration, that's the message that we're sending. But look, we could do so much better, and we could have such an easier pathway for these federal law enforcement officers if the local leadership wasn't egging this on. And I think that's the great tragedy. What I see here today is the great tragedy when a mayor and a governor encourages their citizens to harass and endanger the lives of our police officers and our law enforcement officers. It's heartbreaking to see, and thank God we've got great people who are willing to persevere despite it.
Just another question, Mr. Vice President. There's been back and forth about whether raids will be going on in agricultural businesses and restaurants. Could you tell us if that's going to continue or not?
Well, the president's made 2 points on this that I think are very worth emphasizing. Number one, if you are in this country illegally, you are at threat of deportation, because that's what it means to enforce the country's laws. If you've come here illegally, the policy of the Trump administration is that you shouldn't be here. You should go back and then come through proper channels if you so desire. But the president has also said that he wants to focus our critical and short supply law enforcement resources on going after the really bad guys, on the violent criminals, on the rapists, on the drug cartel members. We've still got a lot of those people in our country, and that's where the president wants to focus law enforcement resources, and that's what he'll continue to do.
Democrat lawmakers who keep getting handcuffed. The New York Times just did a story. They keep getting handcuffed, suggesting that the Trump administration is cracking down on Democrats. Can you comment on that?
Well, I was hoping Jose Padilla would be here to ask a question, but unfortunately, I guess he decided not to show up because there wasn't the theater. And that's all it is. You know, I think everybody realizes that's what this is. It's pure political theater. These guys show up. They want to be captured on camera doing something. They want to be able to go back to their far left groups and to say, look, me, I stood up against border enforcement. I stood up against Donald Trump. When all they're really standing up for is for drug cartels to run rampant over our country and sex traffickers to be able to continue to traffic little kids into our country. That's what you're doing when you stand against border enforcement. So I think these guys, we ought to laugh them out of the building. We ought to call them out for doing what they're doing, which is grandstanding. And if they want to work seriously on border enforcement and on keeping their communities safe, the Trump administration's door is wide open. But they're not doing that. They'd love the grandstanding. They hate law enforcement because they hate the idea of the United States of America having a border. It's a disgrace, but it is what it is. We'll do one more question.
Sure. Just another thing. Do you think that the administration has been too aggressive with the deportation efforts? Like, are non-criminals getting caught up in the dragnet as well?
No, look, I don't think that we've been too aggressive at all. I mean, first of all, any time that a mistake has been made, we correct that mistake very quickly. But the unfortunate reality is that Joe Biden let in 15 to 20 million illegal aliens into this country, and there is no way for us to actually get those unlawful, illegal immigrants out of the United States of America without some serious law enforcement. And that's what we've been trying to do. It's not too aggressive. It's not, not aggressive enough. It's just the right approach to make sure that we're enforcing our country's border laws. We have to remember, 100,000 Americans die of fentanyl overdoses brought in by the Mexican drug cartels. We've got a terrible sex and human trafficking problem because of what these cartels are doing at the southern border. The president deserves great credit because after 45 days, you saw illegal border crossings draw to a small fraction. Illegal border crossings down over 99% under President Trump's leadership. But unfortunately, because Joe Biden was president for 4 years, we've got a lot of bad people in the United States of America that we've got to do the job of getting out of our country. That's what these guys are doing. We ought to support them, and we ought to have local leadership that empowers them to do their job of making Americans safer. Instead, Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, they've decided to go to war against the people trying to keep our communities safe. That's a disgrace. That's a terrible commentary on their qualities as leaders, but the Trump administration is going to keep on standing for the American citizens and for American law enforcement. Thank you all. Great to be here. And thank you to you guys.
Just listening there to some of the comments made earlier this week by Vice President J.D. Vance, who went to go visit some of the Marines that are stationed there in California. He held this press conference in Los Angeles, which is where you're taking a live look at once again there on this Saturday. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox as we take one more live look here out of Los Angeles. Just before the commercial break, we were showcasing some of the remarks made by Vice President J.D. Vance. He was speaking to some Marines there that are stationed in California. Now, LA Mayor Karen Bass also held a news conference after the vice president, but take a look at this. A post on X from the mayor here in which she calls out specifically one portion of some of the comments made by the vice president. Mayor Bass says this: "Mr. Vice President, how dare you disrespect Senator Alex Padilla like that? You serve with him in the Senate right now. You know him." That is in reference to the fact that VP Vance did say that Alex Padilla referred to him as Jose Padilla, and remarking on the fact that just last week we saw the senator being escorted out and actually detained while he was at a press conference hosted by Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem as they continued to discuss more of this immigration enforcement across the country and more specifically down there in California. We do want to pivot from this top story. As you know, here at Live Now from Fox, we do prioritize all of these live events that we get, and we are getting one happening right now over in Louisiana, as we're seeing here Senator Bernie Sanders holding a Fight Oligarchy event.
That's the bad news. The good news is that all over America, people are standing up, and your presence here today is part of that, standing up and fighting back. Our Fighting Oligarchy Tour, which has now done 20 events in 14 states, has brought out over 260,000 Americans. And those are Democrats, Republicans, and independents coming together. And just last weekend, on Saturday, there were No King rallies. You all know the No King rallies?
All right, so as we are taking this live image here of this Fight Oligarchy event hosted by Senator Bernie Sanders, we are seeing here that the audio, unfortunately, is not synced up. So we're going to work to possibly get that fixed and bring it to you a little later on in our programming today. So let's just pivot back to that other story that we were just talking about. Vice President J.D. Vance there in Los Angeles. Also, the response from LA Mayor Karen Bass regarding some of those comments made by VP Vance. Let's listen in to the news conference that she held next.
Today, the Vice President of the United States spent 3 or 4 hours in LA before holding a press conference and spewing lies and utter nonsense in an attempt to provoke division and conflict in our city. This is consistent with the provocation from Washington that began 2 weeks ago when our city was calm and millions of Angelenos were going about working and contributing to our city. The provocation has resulted in lives disrupted, terror and fear spread throughout our city. I spent the day today meeting with businesses. We met on Sunday, and businesses were empty. Owners were suffering and describing this situation as worse than COVID. Just think for a minute how profound that is. Workers who are too afraid to come into work, and customers who feel they can't go outside their house. I also met with mothers who do not know where their husbands are and their sons. They told me about their children who spent Father's Day wondering why their fathers did not come home. And I just want you to know that that's a trauma to a child that child will always carry with them. Unfortunately, the Vice President did not take time to learn about our city and understand that our city is a city of immigrants from every country and continent on the planet. But then again, he did need to justify the hundreds of millions of wasted taxpayers' dollars that were wasted in the performance of a stunt and an experiment in this city. and using men and women of our armed services whose mission it is to protect our country. He accused state leaders and myself as mayor of this city of encouraging violence, of sicking mobs on ICE officers. But let me just tell you, like yesterday, what happened at the Dodgers, we're not sure who these armed men are. They show up without uniforms. They show up completely masked. They refuse to give ID. They're driving regular cars with tinted windows, and in some cases, out-of-state license plates. Who are these people? And frankly, the vests that they have on look like they ordered them from Amazon. Are they bounty hunters? Are they vigilantes? If they're federal officials, why is it that they do not identify themselves? You can imagine the fear and the terror that that has created in our city. When you have cars driving around, people jumping out of those cars with guns and rifles and pulling people off the street. How dare you say that city officials encourage violence? We kept the peace. You know that the federal officials that were here protected a federal building. They were not involved in crowd control. Crowd control was handled most aptly by the Los Angeles Police Department, the Sheriff's Department, and local law enforcement. We were able to handle the violence and the vandalism that occurred. We put a curfew in place. We've lifted that curfew. Our streets have been peaceful, and even when there was vandalism at its height, you are talking about a couple of hundred people who were not necessarily associated with any of the peaceful protests. And for those of you who are watching outside of Los Angeles, I will say it over and over again. Los Angeles is a city that is 500 square miles. And any of the disruption that took place in about 2 square miles in our city. The most, over 100 people were arrested. We are a city of 3.8 million people. And finally, Mr. Vice President, how dare you disrespect our senator? You don't know his name? But yet you served with him before you were vice president, and you continue to serve with him today, because the last time I checked, the vice president of the United States is the president of the U.S. Senate. You serve with him today, and how dare you disrespect him and call him Jose? But I guess he just looked like anybody to you. Well, he's not just anybody to us. He is our senator, and you fly in, you parachute in the city. I don't know if you've ever been here before. You parachute in the city. You pass all kinds of judgment, and then you leave, and you add to the provocation, you add to the division, or you attempt to create division in our city. But I just want you to know that our city is standing together. We are united. You might attempt to create division, but you are united. Standing with me today are families, business owners, community leaders, representatives, and nothing you can do will divide us. Thank you.
Any questions? Mayor, obviously, the president and vice president have repeatedly described Los Angeles as burning to the ground.
Right.
Around the country, this is the city, the rioting is still happening. Can you give a description to folks maybe outside the city and how you describe the city, even during the last 2 weekends here?
I would describe the city. I mean, you might know our city after a major sporting event, and people come out, and it's called melee. We had peaceful protests. At the end of those protests, when you have the people that are scragglers or who intervene at the last minute, and it reached maybe 100 people, and they graffitied up buildings. And let me tell you, I'm not underestimating how serious that was, the vandalism all throughout the downtown area, okay? There was one day where there was a looting of businesses. There were windows that were broken, but it was a very small couple of blocks in our city, a handful of people. It is an absolute lie to say the city of 500 square miles, when maybe 2 square miles, there were problems that lasted a few hours that we were perfectly capable of handling. That's how I would describe what is going on in our city, and you can look at the streets today. Our streets have been peaceful. This is Friday. There have not been any problems in our city since the protests that happened on Saturday, period.
Mayor Bass, the doctors announced today $1 million donation in partnership with the city to go towards immigrant communities.
Yes.
How exactly do you anticipate that money to be spent?
We just want to play out some of these remarks from LA Mayor Karen Bass there, speaking after Vice President J.D. Vance also paying a visit there to the city of Los Angeles to address some of the Marines that are stationed in the state. We're going to step away for continuing with more of your top stories when we come back. Taking you out live to this image that we have over in Tel Aviv, Israel, as we want to circle back to one of the major stories of today, which is the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. Our partners at Fox 32 in Chicago did provide a segment for us where they spoke in depth about this Middle Eastern conflict as we await for later on today President Trump to get a briefing on the situation.
There's a chance for diplomacy. The president's always going to grab it, but he's not afraid to use strength as well.
President Trump continuing to weigh U.S. involvement in the conflict between Israel and Iran as tensions escalate once again today. This is following Iran's bombing of an Israeli hospital and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's vow to retaliate. And joining us now is Yinam Cohen, Israeli Consul General to the Midwest. Consul General Cohen, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
When the Israeli government talks about retaliation for the bombing of the Soroka hospital, does that mean targeting the Ayatollah, the head of the regime?
We have a very clear goal in our operation in Iran. The nature of this operation is preemptive. We're aiming at neutralizing two major existential threats that Iran poses to Israel. The first one is their nuclear arms ambitions, and the second one is the buildup of their ballistic missile arsenal. This is what we're targeting in Iran, and this is the goal of this operation.
So a target on the Ayatollahs, you're saying that is not an imminent operation then?
Again, I don't have specific information about the upcoming targets of the operation, but we have a very clear goal. We want to prevent now what could be a devastating, much more destructive war down the line, just maybe in a few months, if Iran becomes a nuclear power.
And speaking of becoming a nuclear power, there is dispute. The chief of intelligence in the United States, Tulsi Gabbard, said there is no evidence that Iran has a nuclear program that can come online in the near future. Prime Minister Netanyahu said differently. Is she wrong?
I think you're referring to a report that was published in March. A lot has happened since, as confirmed by the Vice President and the President of the United States. Over the past 2 months, Iran was negotiating with the United States, with the American president, but at the same time, we have to say they did not do that in good faith. During these negotiations with the Americans, the Iranians were also rushing their nuclear ambitions, actually to weaponize their enriched uranium with the goal of converting it into the first nuclear bomb. At the same time, they were accelerating the work on their ballistic missile arsenal, including the development of intercontinental missiles capable of not reaching only Israel and the Middle East, but also Europe and the United States.
So again, you're saying this is a preemptive strike, and obviously Iran's Revolutionary Guard has struck back in Tel Aviv. What is the destruction in Tel Aviv, and how much can the missile defense system withstand?
So here's the very basic difference. While Israel is targeting legitimate military and strategic sites in Iran, Iran is deliberately targeting Israeli civilian population centers. This is what happened last night. Over the past week, Iran launched more than 400 missiles towards Israel. Thanks to our missile defense system and the partnership, the regional partnership, both with the United States but also with some of our Arab neighbors, we have been able to intercept the vast majority of these missiles. However, more than 40 missiles hit Israeli civilian population centers, and the destruction, I would say, is pretty significant. And for me, this is the exact reason why we have to act right now in Iran, because we're looking now at the destruction of so-called regular missiles. Imagine the case that Iran had nuclear warheads. The destruction could have been 10 to 20,000 times more. This is something that Israel cannot allow and could not stand.
All right, I want to play a clip from a professor at Northwestern we had on last night who talked about what would happen if there was regime change in Iran.
If something happens, if Israelis do try to assassinate him and they succeed, this is going to open something Israelis I don't think they can handle. And so this is something you don't touch.
Is this a concern here that say there is regime change by any means, whether it's forced or internal, that it could open up a power vacuum and it might be a greater threat to the region?
Israel cannot and does not aspire to run other countries or to provoke a regime change. However, what we've seen over the past years is that around 80% of the Iranian population is totally opposing the current mullah regime. This is a regime that has been promoting terror, war, and destruction, not only in the Middle East, but globally. They have been the most strategic partners of the Russians in their aggressions against Ukraine, supporting them with ballistic missiles and drones. This is what we're saying, that Iran is not just a local threat. This is a global threat.
All right, Yinam Cohen, Israeli Consul General to the Midwest, thanks for speaking with us.
Thank you for having me.
And joining us now, fresh off a trip to the Middle East to promote the Abraham Accords between Israel and Arab and Muslim nations, is North Shore, Illinois Congressman, a Democrat, Brad Schneider. Congressman Schneider, always good to talk to you. You just got back today. You tried to go to Israel, as I understand, but you weren't able to get in. But what are the countries, the Arab and Muslim countries that you visited, what are their leaders saying about this conflict?
Well, Paris, thanks for having me. We just got back. We had a long-planned trip related to the Abraham Accords. I chair the Abraham Accords caucus in the House, and the intention was to go to Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, UAE, and then finish in Israel. We made it to the 3 Gulf countries on the itinerary, had meetings with leaders in all those countries, both in their government and in outside of government. The message was clear. On the one hand, they are very concerned. They see a nuclear armed Iran as an existential threat to their nations and the region as a whole. And they want to see de-escalation in the current conflict between Israel and Iran, because they worry about Iran taking actions against their countries, as Iran has done in the past. For example, bombing a refinery in Saudi Arabia a few years ago.
You heard President Trump say he's going to make a decision in 2 weeks, although it seems like the president's whims kind of change based upon social media posts. But will Congress exert the War Powers Act and essentially say, hey, it's our constitutional duty to decide whether or not we're going to send American troops or American military equipment into harm's way in this conflict?
That's a critically important question. The first issue is that Constitution clearly and specifically gives the Congress the only Congress the power to declare war and put the United States into a war. At the same time, the president has a responsibility. We have more than 40,000 troops in the region, in the Central Command, protecting American interests, Americans abroad. Iran, since 1979, Iran has declared war on the United States, on Israel, tried to disrupt the region as the largest sponsor of terrorism in the world. It is responsible for attacks against the Marine barracks in Beirut, against barracks in Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia. They are a threat. And the president has to make sure that he is taking the actions to protect those 40,000 troops and Americans in the region. And that's why there is a heavy weight on his shoulders, but that weight is also on the shoulders of every member of Congress. And we need to, before rushing to conclusions, understand all the facts, get the classified briefings, and make a decision that protects American interests in the best way possible.
If you had to advise him, would you tell him that you believe the U.S. should be involved and that they should be involved with Israel in a regime change in Iran?
Well, if the president were to ask me for advice, which he hasn't so far in his tenure, but you never know what happens, I would give him the same thing I've been saying for decades. Number one, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We must take every step necessary. And this is what I said when they were negotiating the JCPOA. It's what I have said when President Biden was trying to take steps to talk to Iran. And I'd say the same to the president. We need to close and permanently block every single path Iran has to a nuclear weapon. It is better, and I would tell him and tell anyone, it is better that we get there at the negotiating table, that Iran comes to the table in good faith. Problem is, Iran has never come to the table in complete good faith, and the agreement, the JCPOA, had issues with its timelines and the sunsets, as well as allowing Iran to advance its missile program. We're seeing the direct consequence of the developments with Iran's missiles, not just in what's happening in Israel this week, but in other conflicts as well. Iran is financing and supplying the Houthis, among others. So I would tell him to stand strong, stay clear that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, but also make sure that the door is open to Iran to say they will come to the table. They will allow the IAEA inspectors back in to see what Iran is doing, that they will return to compliance with the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, that they will take the steps necessary to assure that they will never have a nuclear weapon. That includes giving up their ambitions for enriching nuclear materials, highly enriched uranium, within the country.
All right.
Other countries in the region have nuclear power. They don't need to enrich.
All right, Congressman Brad Schneider, you probably have some jet lag now. Thank you for joining us from Washington, D.C. We appreciate it.
Thank you. It's good talking to you.
You as well. And as we mentioned earlier, U.S. intelligence has not confirmed claims that Iran is close to acquiring nuclear weapons. So for an alternate view, we're joined by Ashley Bohr, a member of Jewish Voices for Peace, a professor at Notre Dame, and currently engaged in hunger strike here in Chicago to protest Israel's actions in Gaza and Palestine. You know, you sat very patiently through all that. You heard the Consul General say this is preemptive, that the strike is justified because they believe that if they don't do this now, Iran will pose a threat to them. What's your response to that?
That's ridiculous. The fact is that all of the international agencies have confirmed that Iran does not have nuclear weapons. And what Israel has done is hurtling the region toward potentially a regional war that will be devastating for civilians, not just in Iran, but in Israel, in Palestine, and the entire region. So what the Consul General is saying is that there was no confirmed threat and that Israel took the first initiative to bomb a foreign country. And of course,
we were just listening in there to a segment provided to us by our partners at Fox 32 in Chicago as we continue to follow the latest with this escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. You are taking a live look out there in Tel Aviv on this Saturday. Thank you all for joining us here at Live Now from Fox. My name is Corral Lahada. We're going to step away for a brief commercial break, and on the other side, my colleague Christina Evans continues the coverage. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. My thanks to my colleague, Karel Lahara, who was with you for the last few hours as we were walking through today's top stories, taking a live look there in our nation's biggest city, New York, as your time on the East Coast is quickly approaching the 3 o'clock hour. Again, I'm your host, Christina Evans. I'll be with you for the next few hours as we continue to walk through some of this week's top stories, continuing to focus on the main ones coming out of the Middle East as well. And so I want to show you this live look that we have there in Tel Aviv. As we are continuing to get updates there, we'll be checking in there with some of those top stories in just a little bit. In the meantime, let's take it back stateside and head to Shreveport, Louisiana. Right now, we're hearing from Senator Bernie Sanders, the independent there from Vermont, speaking to supporters as he's in an event called Fighting Oligarchy. Let's listen in.
That we develop and fight for a new vision of what America could be. See, what the establishment wants to tell you in so many words is, well, I'm sorry about it. We're a poor country. We're a struggling country. Sorry I have to throw you off health care. Sorry I have to deny food for your kids. Sorry we can't do anything about the housing crisis that exists all over we just don't have the money to do it. And we have got to respond by saying sorry. This is the richest country in the history of the world. There is nothing that we cannot accomplish. In my view, and as part of the fight against income and wealth inequality, we should not be supporting tax breaks for the rich. We should be demanding that the billionaires start paying their fair share of taxes. Brothers and sisters, instead of throwing 16 million people off of health care, we should understand that health care is a human right. Guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child. And again, what I want to tell you, and the media doesn't do much on this, this is not a radical idea. Does everybody in this auditorium understand that we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people? I live in Vermont, 50 miles away from the Canadian border. They spend 50% of what we do per person on health care. Somehow they manage to provide quality care to all of their people. You get sick in Canada, you end up in a hospital for a month, there is a zero bill. The function of a rational health care system is not simply to make the drug companies and the insurance companies richer and richer. It's to provide quality care for all. Let us fight for a Medicare for all single-payer program. There are people in the Senate, some Republicans, who are talking about cutting Social Security, raising the retirement age or whatever. You know, it is seniors who built this country, seniors who fought in the wars to defend this country. And in their last years, you don't cut Social Security. We expand Social Security benefits. And you do that by lifting the cap on taxable income so that billionaires start paying their fair share into the system. And instead of throwing people off of health care or denying food to hungry kids, maybe we address the housing crisis in America and build the millions of low-income and affordable housing units that we desperately need. Maybe in a competitive global economy, instead of making it harder for kids to get a higher education, we make public colleges and universities tuition free. Young people should not be forced to go $50,000 or $100,000 in debt because they wanted a higher education. We need in this country, we desperately need more doctors and nurses and mental health counselors and dentists. Do you know how much, if you're a working class person and you graduate medical school, do you know what your debt is likely to be? Anyone know? $500,000. Insane. We want to encourage our young people to be doctors and nurses, not to have to go deeply in debt to do that. And yes, we understand that we can create millions of good-paying union jobs by addressing the existential threat of climate change. And when some of my colleagues in the Congress talk about freedom, they love freedom, well, in my view, freedom means that every woman in America has the right to control her own body. Look, these are tough times, but in this moment, especially this moment in American history, despair is not an option. Giving up and hiding under the covers is not acceptable. Because what we are dealing with is not just stuff that will impact our lives. What we are dealing with is what will happen to our kids and future generations. And let us never forget, real change never takes place from the top on down. It is always from the bottom on up. Real change takes place when millions of ordinary people stand up and say, you know what, the status quo is not working. And they band together and they take on powerful special interests. This is what happened way back in 1776. When people in America said, we are tired of being ruled by a despot. It happened in the 1840s when abolitionists said, slavery is abominable, not acceptable. It happened in the 20s, 1920s and 30s when workers said, we are sick and tired of being exploited. We're going to stand together and build a strong trade union movement. It happened in the civil rights movement, the women's movement, the environmental movement, the gay movement. So the truth is, Yes, the oligarchs are enormously powerful. They have unlimited, and underline the word unlimited, amounts of money. They have enormous power. They control our economy. They own much of the media. And they have, as I mentioned, enormous power over both major political parties. But from the bottom of my heart, I am convinced that if we stand together, we can beat them. Now, their strategy is what demagogues always do. You pick on a group of people who don't have a lot of power, and you say that group of people, whether it's blacks, or gays, or Jews, or gypsies, whoever it may, undocumented people in this country, that's the cause of all your problems. And we got to get divided up based on the color of our skin, or where we were born, or our sexual orientation. If we discard all of that stuff and understand, yeah, we have our differences. People in Vermont will disagree with people in Louisiana on issues, occasionally. Or more than occasionally. But the bottom line, we are Americans who believe in justice. So let us stand together. Let us not allow them to divide us up. Let's go forward. Let's transform our country. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Shreveport.
All right, as you see there, that's the Senator Bernie Sanders waving to the crowd there in Shreveport, Louisiana, as they came out a part of his Fighting Oligarchy tour that he's been taking all around the country for the last few months. So we do know that he had yet another event yesterday in McAllen, Texas, and he's got another one that's scheduled for later this evening. But we wanted to bring you just a piece of this one as he was speaking live there in Louisiana. All right, we are going to take the time now to step away for a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back with much more top stories in 2 minutes. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Again, we've been continuing to keep up with the very latest out of the Middle East. I want to showcase a few live looks that we have there in Israel at this hour, as we've been continuing to keep up with the latest movements there in the war and in the conflict that is currently happening right now. We do know that there have been some updates as well, as it is now official that there are B-12 bombers heading towards the region. They're heading towards Guam. I'm going to put this up on your screen. This is from Fox News earlier this morning, saying that B-12 stealth bombers appear to be on the move hours before President Trump is expected at the White House. So again, this is a big deal because these several B-2 bombers took off from Whiteman Air Force Base overnight and are now headed towards Guam, according to two defense officials. The conflict is now entering its 9th day. We do know that Iran sent a missile barrage into Israel early this morning, sending millions into bomb shelters. But at this point, no reported casualties from those attacks. Israel has continued to also strike military sites within Iran. But the biggest news is that a summit yesterday in Geneva with Iran's foreign minister and European leaders yielded no signs of a breakthrough. At the United Nations Security Council, Iran and Israel traded insults in a heated but ultimately inconclusive meeting. We've also been hearing from President Trump saying that he's dismissing the European effort, suggesting that a diplomatic solution would require U.S. involvement. We did hear President Trump speaking yesterday on the conflict and what he hopes to see happen in the future. Let's listen into some of these remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
We just learned that Rwanda, we know all about Rwanda, and the Congo will be doing a peace settlement, probably coming in on Monday or Tuesday. We're going to be signing it up, and we've stopped a very vicious war. So that was an honor for me to be involved. I want to thank J.D. Vance for a great job, and also our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has done a fantastic job. So Rwanda, a long-term war with the Congo, a very bloody war. They're all bloody, but this was a really bloody one. Is going to be making peace with Congo, and they can get on to making trade deals with the United States and other places and have a much more normal form of life. We're very honored by that. As you know, we did a very great job with India and Pakistan, and we had India in. It looks like we're going to be making a trade deal with India. And we had Pakistan in. It looks like we're going to be making a trade deal with Pakistan. And it's a beautiful thing to watch. Serbia, Kosovo, likewise, they've been fighting for years. And as you know, we brought that one to a conclusion. And now we have a couple of big ones. We have Russia, Ukraine, which is making a little bit of progress. And we have Israel. And nobody really knows what that one is all about. We're going to find out pretty soon, I guess.
Mr. President, the Iranian foreign minister this afternoon said if the U.S. is serious about negotiations, that you would call up Israel and request that they stop their airstrikes. Will you make that request?
Well, I think it's very hard to make that request right now. If somebody's winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody's losing. But we're ready, willing, and able, and we've been speaking to Iran, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
What was the thought process behind 2-week time to?
Just a time to see whether or not people come to their senses.
Did the Europeans help at all in talking with the Iranians?
No, they didn't help. No. Iran doesn't want to speak to Europe. They want to speak to us. Europe is not going to be able to help in this one.
20 years ago, you were skeptical of a Republican administration that attacked a Middle East country on the idea of questionable intelligence of weapons of mass destruction. How is this moment different with Iran?
Well, there were no weapons of mass destruction. I never thought there were. And that was somewhat pre-nuclear. You know, there was a nuclear age, but nothing like it is today. And it looked like I'm right about the material that they've gathered already. It's a tremendous amount of material. And I think within a matter of weeks, or certainly within a matter of months, they're going to be able to have a nuclear weapon. We can't let that happen. I was very much opposed to Iraq. I said it loud and clear, but I was a civilian, but I guess I got a lot of publicity. But I was very much opposed to the Iraq war. And I actually did say, don't go in, don't go in, don't go in. But I said, if you're going to go in, keep the oil. But they didn't do that.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
Mr. President, are Chinese in any way helping Iran at this moment? Clearing reports of mysterious planes landing in Iran from China?
They say that they're there to take people out, but I can't tell you about that. I get along very well with China, get along very well with President Xi. I like him, he likes me. We have a very good relationship. We'll see what happens. I can't imagine them getting involved.
The decision that you need to make on Iran, whether to strike militarily, is this the biggest decision you'll have to make as president?
Well, I can't tell you that. I have to see what happens. I can't, really say that. It depends what the decision is. But I wouldn't really be able to tell you that now. I'll tell you in about a year from now, maybe 5 years or 10 years from now. You never know about decisions. You never really know.
Sir, would you support a ceasefire while the negotiations happen?
I might, depending on the circumstances.
Would you?
It's very hard to stop. I will say this. It's very hard to stop when you look at it. Israel's doing well in terms of war, and I think you would say that Iran is doing less well. It's a little bit hard to get somebody to stop.
Sir, Liam Cosgrove was here. Former Congressman Matt Gaetz threw out an interesting idea suggesting that if you were to broker a deal where nuclear inspectors go into both Israel and Iran, that you could win a Nobel Peace Prize, and they might even rename it the Trump Peace Prize. Did you hear those? What do you think of that?
Well, they should give me the Nobel Prize for Rwanda, and if you look, the Congo, or you could say Serbia, Kosovo, you could say a lot of them. You could say, the big one is India and Pakistan. I should have gotten it 4 or 5 times. I should get it for the, I would think the Abraham Accords would be a good one too. They won't give me a Nobel Peace Prize because they only give it to liberals.
Would you support Iran being able to have nuclear, or would you support Iran being able to have civilian nuclear energy capabilities up to 3.76%?
They're sitting on the top of one of the largest piles of oil in the world. I just don't know why they need that for civilian work. It's one thing for certain countries to say, hey, I want to have a certain amount where I can go nuclear a little bit because we need it for electricity, we need it for air conditioners, etc. But when you're sitting on one of the largest oil piles anywhere in the world, it's a little bit hard to see why you need that. Yeah.
President, are you concerned that Iran or its proxies would wage terror attacks against American targets abroad if you order military action?
We're always concerned about that, and we have to take them out and be very strong. You're even in danger talking to me right now. Do you know that? You are in danger talking to me right now. So I should probably get out of here, but you guys are actually in danger. Can you believe it?
One more.
Is it still your expectation that NATO countries spend 5% of their GDP on defense spending?
Well, I think they should do that. I don't think we should, but I think they should. We've been supporting NATO so long. In many cases, I believe paying almost 100% the cost. So I don't think we should, but I think that the NATO countries should, absolutely.
What, like Spain decides not to?
Well, NATO's going to have to deal with Spain. Spain's been a very low payer. They were always a very low payer. They were either good negotiators or they weren't doing the right thing. I think Spain has to pay what everybody else has to pay. Spain has been notorious for low pay. You know who else was a low payer, just about the lowest? A place called Canada. Because Canada said, why should we pay when the United States will protect us free? And they've been right about that.
Ukraine, you've been making progress towards a peace deal, but I don't know if you know this, but Lindsey Graham and Mike Pompeo were there on the ground in Ukraine, seemingly doing the opposite, trying to provoke the Ukrainians to keep fighting. What do you think of that?
Well, we're going to see, and people have to be very careful with what they say. They got to be very careful with their mouth, because their mouth can get them into a lot of trouble.
One more. ICE has said that they're trying to arrest up to 3,000 individuals a day. There are some communities that are saying they are fearful of being wrongfully detained or separating some families, even if they are undocumented. Is the fear in some of these communities worth the deportations of these undocumented individuals, a mass deportation program?
It's a tough subject because, look, we have farmers. I love farmers. I won 80%, 85% of the farmers, and I love them, and I'm never going to do anything to hurt our farmers. And you could also say the leisure business, etc. There are some businesses where you have a disproportionate amount of people that are the people that you're talking about. At the same time, we have to get the criminals out of our country. And we're looking at doing something where, in the case of good, reputable farmers, they can take responsibility for the people that they hire and let them have responsibility, because we can't put the farms out of business. And at the same time, we don't want to hurt people that aren't criminals. Most of the people that came in over the last 3 years under Biden, I would say probably 3.5 to 4 years, those people, you have a lot of criminals, you have a lot of, I mean, we're looking at that very closely. You've had people that have worked on farms for 20 years. It's very hard to go in there and say, you know, you're coming out. But we're going to let the farmers take responsibility. They're great people. They'll do it. They know the good and the bad. So the hard part about this is not like a normal war where people wear uniforms. They don't wear uniforms. But we have murderers that came out of the last 4 years. We have murderers. We have drug lords. We have people that we don't want to. We have prisoners. They emptied out Venezuela and many countries. They emptied out their prisons into the United States. We have to get those people out. But we have stone cold murders, 11,888 murders. We've already gotten a lot of them out of here, but we don't want them. So we have to be careful. But I never want to hurt our farmers. Our farmers are great people. They keep us happy and healthy and fat.
Are there other cities that you're going to try to replicate what you've done in Los Angeles?
Well, I mean, we had a big victory last night in the Court of Appeals with respect to Los Angeles, but really the country, where Gavin Newsom, who's really an incompetent governor, he's just doing a terrible job between his fires, between all the houses burning down, his forest fires, and now Los Angeles. If we didn't go to Los Angeles, and the sheriff admitted it, he had no control. He would have lost control. We saved Los Angeles by having the military go in. And the second night was much better. The third night was nothing much. And the fourth night, nobody bothered even coming. We put out that fire, and we did a great job of it. He sued us for going in and for helping him. We went and helped him. Right now, you'd have Los Angeles burning to the ground. Largely, it would have already been destroyed.
So do you think deportations should... president to be that of a peacemaker? Do you worry that striking Iran would change that?
Always a peacemaker. That doesn't mean sometimes you need some toughness to make peace, but always a peacemaker.
Can you win in Iran without ground forces?
Say it?
Is an aerial campaign in Iran enough, or do you need ground forces?
Well, I'm not going to talk about ground forces. The last thing you want to do is ground forces.
Does Iran have 2 weeks, or could you strike before that? Are you essentially giving them a 2-week timeline?
I'm giving them a period of time. We're going to see what that period of time is, but I'm giving them a period of time, and I would say 2 weeks would be the maximum.
Mr. President, do you think deportations should focus on criminals or all people who are here illegally?
Should start focusing on criminals, and that's what we've been focused on. Very bad criminals, dangerous criminals.
But Stephen Miller said to go out and arrest every person who's here illegally. He's told ICE to arrest everyone who's here illegally.
Stephen and I have a very good understanding. He's a terrific person. We have a great understanding.
Mr. President, if there is an attack on U.S. assets, will you promise to conduct a full investigation and make it transparent with the American people before blaming Iran for such an attack?
Well, if there's an attack, we'll know almost immediately with modern equipment who made the attack, and those people will be very, very unhappy.
Prime Minister...
I want to get you people out of danger. You're in danger standing with me.
One more. Prime Minister Netanyahu said that they had the capacity to take out all of Iran's nuclear facilities. So what role would the U.S. be able to play, and why would they, if Israel says that they have all of the abilities, their own military?
I'm not sure he said that, but they really have a very limited capacity. They could break through a little section, but they can't go down very deep. They don't have that capacity, and we'll have to see what happens. Maybe it won't be necessary. Maybe it won't be necessary.
Would you like to see Congress pass a bill that bans child transgender surgeries?
Well, I know they're talking about it, aren't they? Huh? We're going to have to see how it comes to me in what form. Certainly, it's been something I've been talking about also. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.